Streamlabs. John, what? Hello! Wait, you've been following for a year? And you finally sent a message? Holy jeez, John, what's up? 7-5. Okay. What to do? Fire story.
The clock winds back to the start of the journey to Penacony. The Astral Express, upon invitation from the watchmaker, heads to a cosmic
how are you
vacation
today?
spot, the Reverie Hotel, for a banquet. However, in this sweet dream paradise, they unexpectedly become entangled in two bizarre murder mysteries. A grand struggle for a legacy begins. Numerous factions enter one after another, acting in response to the situation. The family hosts also plot to capture the watchmaker with this opportunity and ensure the Charmony Festival takes place as scheduled. A confrontation between the emanator of the Nihility, Acheron, and IPC representative Aventurine becomes the turning point of the entire event. The latter, through a grand death, shatters the family's lies and reveals the existence of the primordial dreamscape, Dreamflux Reef. The Express crew thus delves into the heart of the situation. Here, Gallagher reveals to everyone the truths about the dreamscape, the Stellaron, Mikhail, and the other nameless. They finally
Asphalt.
uncover the
Oh my
legacy of
God.
the Trailblaze and,
Pokemon
in doing
Asphalt.
so, receive a glimpse from the Harmony. To fulfill the wishes of their predecessors, everyone heads to the Penacony Grand Theater with the intention of sealing the Stellaron. However, they are forced into a deadly battle against Sunday, the head of the Oak family, who is aligned with the Order. This great battle concludes with the fall of the Order once again. The future of Penacony remains uncertain. However, thanks to the mediation of the crew, the family and the IPC agree to cede some of their interests and reach a consensus. Penacony regains the right to determine its own destiny. In the very end, Sparkle makes a grand return with a startling bombshell. This crisis is ultimately resolved amidst spectacular fireworks. With everyone receiving their own best ending, the tragicomedy of the sweet dream comes to a close.
That's the story recap. It's not. Oh. Just gonna do recaps on that.
What kind of drink do you prefer? Straight
None.
or mixed? Neat.
Amphorius, the eternal land.
Yeah, that's
Look,
what Miss
Dad?
Black Swan said. It's a world hidden away from outside observation, with a presence only revealed by the light from the mirror of the Garden of Recollection. It's mysterious, all right. You haven't been with us on the Express very long. Will the journey be too much for you to handle?
Nearly 2 years now.
Huh? Has it been that long?
What? It has. Hold. There no voice acting for some characters. Hadron's.
We should consider Pom-Pom's opinion, too. They don't know we're considering Amphorius as a destination.
Yeah! Plus, even if we pass Amphorius over, we've still got a fuel problem to solve.
In other words, we won't be leaving Penacony anytime soon.
Or we could also revisit our previous stops to make sure that the astral charts and navigation routes are all functioning fine. I wonder if the hole in the Tychean Stadium has been repaired.
Might switch to voice acting. What version is this again?
Creating chaos is also a means of maintaining social stability, if you ask me.
If you have the time for mindless gossip, you're probably better off spending it on getting actual work done.
They say this is all part of ongoing investigations. But is there even any point to doing this? The threat's long been neutralized. They're just putting on a show. I mean, look at us. This sudden surge in inter-family cooperative efforts. It's nothing but a pretense for those outsiders, isn't it?
Sounds like you've got insider intel. Now I'm curious. Are the stories going around true? Was the furor that broke out a while ago really a result of trouble within the Oak family?
Those are some difficult questions. Didn't I just say that creating chaos is also a means to maintaining social stability? Now, who knows who's been fanning the flames? But there are a dozen rumors going around out there, each one more outlandish than the last.
Oh, I've heard those. Conspiracy theories about how the IPC had orchestrated everything and... what was it again? That the chaos was only quelled because of an accident? Makes no sense. So what's the lowdown?
Bloody.
Well, the truth has probably been long buried under all the hearsay. All I can say for sure is that someone's taken the rap for it.
You mean the former Oak family head?
Bingo. Most of the blame was pinned on him when the Charmony Festival was abruptly cancelled. Since then, not a single soul's seen him. Heck, forget his whereabouts. Nobody even knows if he's still alive. Talk about scary. For all we know, we might have watched something go down in history, like what happened to the Black Plum family back then, without even realizing it.
I've heard another theory about that family head, though. I beg your pardon, sirs. Dreamweavers are carrying out inspections on the routes around here, and all affected facilities have been closed off. Kindly take a detour in the meantime.
What happened? Is this because of the Stellaron? Jeez, are we Penaconians never gonna dream in peace again?
There is no cause for alarm, sir. The Stellaron has already been sealed.
Monday.
This is just a routine inspection. A move to heighten security, if you will. Please rest assured that the family will do everything in our power to protect the sweet dreams of every guest.
I see. We'll leave the two of you to your work then.
Excuse me, sir. Have we met before?
Oh. Do you recall when or where we might have met?
My bad. I must be mistaken. Sorry about that. Sweet dreams to both of you, sirs.
Appellation.
You sure have a knack for stirring up trouble. Of all the routes available, you had to take the one that Bloodhound's keeping watch over.
We shouldn't run into any problems with you around. Even if they see through the Harmony's power of disguise, there'll be a way for us to escape.
Spare a thought for me, will you? Just being in your company is plenty enough to get me into trouble, Mr. Prime Fugitive of Penacony.
And that is exactly why I need you with me. You're the only one I can rely on in Penacony now.
The only one you can rely on, huh?
How long does this take?
What about her?
At least, she was spared from the consequences of my actions.
What a shame, huh?
Why do you say that?
Just thought that being mean might be more effective than consoling you. I've seen plenty like you, eager for everyone to take you to task after a setback because that's the only way you'll feel better. As though the more they condemn you, the more likely you can rectify your mistake. That said, if I'd really wanted to hit you where it hurts, I'd use a different approach. Like a show of sympathy, for example.
You're right. I won't deny that.
She should still be in Penacony. Aren't you going to look for her?
That won't be necessary. I'm sure you already know why, considering your vested interest in reading my thoughts. I can't bring myself to see her when I'm a fugitive.
All right, then let's keep going. Helping a fugitive return to their home. So exciting.
Ooh, I did. Perfect card.
I see 2 bloodhounds. They appear to be on official business, unlike the pair from earlier. What's happening at Ideen Park?
Hey! Hey! In case you didn't notice, I can't see anything.
My apologies. I forgot that you're not very tall.
Remind me, why do I have to make this trip with you again?
We've been through this. You're the only one I can turn to now. Besides, we once lived a cat-and-dog existence. Embroiling you in my affairs won't weigh on my conscience.
You certainly don't have much of one if you can bring yourself to say
Lonwick
something
is.
like that.
How old is he?
Yet you will
In
repay
reality.
this favor all the same. After all,
Pepper's
you're only alive today because of me. You owe me that
friend.
much.
Yeah.
Holy moly! Can you get any more conceited?
When you were abandoned in the wild and near your end, I showed you a way to survive and helped you escape the jaws of
Doesn't
death.
report anymore.
When you were at your wit's end and felt lost about your future, I did everything within my power to help you safeguard your position in the family.
Okay, I get it already. You have a way with words, I'll give you that. Still, it's one thing to repay a favor, quite another to knowingly
I
put
wanna know
myself in harm's
information about
way.
One way. Do it. One way. One. Too sorry. I don't want to know who is the voice actor. Age. Fair enough on the character. It's not.
I don't understand. Why are you hell-bent on going back to Penacony? Is this an IPC mission? Did they make you a deal? You can have your freedom back, but in return you must turn against all whom you once called family or something like that?
Regrettably, Lady Bonajade didn't drop so much as a hint about it.
Go now. You are free, O Chosen One, who dare to exceed his bounds. Sever your wings, descend to the mortal realm, and walk their lands. See what this world is truly like.
I will not accept your charity.
As I mentioned earlier, it's a trade, and you don't have to give me an answer right now. Rewards are not reaped in a day, and if there's one thing I'm best at, it's waiting. The sweet dream still continues, and the night is still long. You have plenty of time to contemplate your answer.
She only left me with a most intriguing message before setting me free. As for whether I can afford the price of my freedom, I'll only know when I find out what it is.
But nothing good ever comes out of being in the IPC's debt.
I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. For now, there's still some time before that payment is due, so why not exercise the right to freedom that I've just regained?
By walking straight into a trap?
Or by making amends for past deeds. When it's time to go, this will be farewell for good. So, before I leave Penacony, I'd like to take some time to look back on all the events that have taken place.
Can't you just look back on it from a distance?
There's something else I want to do too.
Oh, I do have Sunday.
The embryo of philosophy may have fallen, but the order in Penacony wasn't built in a day. This sweet dream is likely to still contain residual traces of the Oak family's influence.
Get off your high horse. The other 4 families are more than capable of working things out on their own.
I might have gone astray, but others shouldn't have to clean up after my mistakes.
Then you should also know that the IPC isn't gonna help you a second time. If you fall into the family's hands again, you're done for.
You know how it is. Old habits die hard. The tie should be on the center line. The shirt must not protrude from the vest. Trouser creases should be perfectly straight, and always aligned with the tips of your shoes. We should always ensure that everything is in order before walking out the door. The same applies when bidding my home farewell, too.
But what has Ideen Park got to do with you? Don't tell me that the Founder's one of your disguises.
I'm not that old.
I don't want to switch on my team and risk
Come
it.
on. Take a joke, will ya?
Sorry, but park facilities are out of order. Refurbishment works are currently underway. Please come back again later.
That sounds familiar.
I'm aware of the situation. You can skip the report.
What? What are you talking about? I mean... Mr. One Week, please excuse me. I should have recognized you earlier. I must be more tired than I realized.
I want to know what's going on in there. You'll tell me, won't you?
There's nothing much to say, actually. We Bloodhounds are just as baffled as you are. My guess is that it's simply part of the aftermath of the Stellaron incident.
Aftermath?
You are?
Renowned workaholic, Mr. Workday. He works for me. You don't know him?
Oh, I see. Pardon my ignorance,
Workday
sir.
instead of Sunday.
Coming back to the topic of the park, let's just say that it has been recently observed that certain behaviors are not tolerated around here.
What happens if you violate the prohibitions?
It's baffling, but corrective measures will be taken. It's kind of difficult to explain. Maybe you'd like to see for yourself?
Yeah, that works. Can you keep watch over the entrance? We'll go in and have a look for ourselves.
Please take these notes with you. They may come in handy.
You shouldn't have said that just now. It'll only make us look suspicious.
Said what?
Mr. Workday?
I was just telling the truth. I've always found this name to be more suitable for you. So, why are we here? You managed this park before?
You could say that. I was still a child back then. To become the Bronze Melodia of the Oak family, I'd gone under Mr. Gopherwood's tutelage. We were taking a walk in the park like any other day, when he suddenly hit on the idea to have me manage the park. Within the domain he demarcated, my every word would hold the force of law. In hindsight, that was probably the first time that I enforced order.
You rose through the ranks soon after. I take it that you must have done a pretty good job.
Quite the contrary. I made a terrible mess of things. Fortunately, the tourists thought of it as nothing more than a spell of merrymaking.
Was that his way of training you?
Perhaps he was just using an approach with lighter consequences to show me what he'd learned in life. That there is never an ideal paradigm when it comes to rules. If the Enforcer is incapable of introspection, then even regulations once laid down with the noblest of intentions will eventually become defiled. This place is no exception. The distorted after-echoes of the Order will only add to the chaos.
Let's see what we have on these notes.
What? Listen, I got a whole month to play your subscriptions over. Let's discard trash into trash. Wait. Other than birds, especially ice cream.
No consumption of food except for burgers. What? No consumption of food other than burgers, especially ice cream. Please tell me you didn't make this rule.
I have nothing against desserts. The only reason I made that rule is so that people can learn to wait in line in an orderly manner for things, instead of shoving and jostling people around.
What happens if I break the rule?
It's as the Bloodhound said. Corrective measures will be enforced.
Huh. Try me.
Wait, don't...
Uh-oh.
Ah. Huh. So, where are those corrective measures?
That's odd.
Didn't I tell ya? The family can take care of the issue without you having to get involved. Next on the list is the stage. Let's go and check it out. Only cast and crew members are allowed on the stage. A surprisingly reasonable rule.
And an easy one to test. Neither of us is part of the cast or a crew member. Let's try it out.
Huh?
Let's try that again.
Let me teleport.
What's going on?
Guide those who have lost their way back onto the right path. Looks like this is an example of the corrective measures that the Bloodhound mentioned. It's exactly what I would have done back then.
You've been iron-fisted since you were little, haven't you? Wait a sec. If this is how violations are corrected, then everything that I ate just now?
I tried to warn you.
Bro.
How do you feel?
Now, I'm feeling murderous.
In any case, say what you will, but I can't sit by and do nothing. Not when I'm the cause of all this trouble in Ideen Park.
Bro.
There's no need to involve the Dreamweavers. I'll fix these distortions once and for all.
What's the plan?
Nothing complicated. All distortions have their roots. We'll be able to trace them to the source once they manifest. Breaking a few rules will do. We just need to make sure that the corrective measures that will be implemented aren't too much for us to handle. When a distorted after-echo manifests to correct us, I'll be able to pinpoint its whereabouts. Then, I'll use the power of tuning to heal the dreamscape.
So,
Thanks.
can I take it that rules are meant to be broken now?
73. That's it? Just the word hi?
Do not discard trash in trash cans. This is absurd. Did you make this rule too?
Children tend to be fascinated by such
I
paradoxes.
turned it down.
I was no exception.
Forget it. I don't even know how to joke about this. Well, what do you suggest we throw in?
Let me look. Wait, where's the Chrome tab? Just make sure before it goes away. Okay. I need this Chrome tab so I can see it. I need this mouse. Wait. Oh, shot. Oh, Far Cry 6 sucks. I just want to get it done. Oh, no. No. That folder say. Rename this. Default audio VB, sorry. Alright, so I understand. Then mouse. Then couple mute. So audio. I have one called T. 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 Add it. Default. I think there should be any audio coming off of that. I don't believe so. So then if I retest, it's loud.
Seven 3737 just resubbed for 31 months. Hi.
Okay, there's a dedicated widget for it. Supposed to have audio that's supposed to be out of it. But did it work this time though? Sort of. There's then is that too loud? I have no clue because I actually cannot physically hear it.
733,737 just resubbed for 31 months. Hi.
What's a 16.9? Now this should work for everything. If it repeats, let me check if it repeats bits. Not the one I want to click.
Trito
On the right?
Zero R has gifted a sub to Mamron05.
Seriously, it's only on the right? That one's on the right.
Twitch cheered. X2. We added 1 bits and 1 bonus bits to Tritonat Zero as power-ups redemption.
It's only on one, so if let me do it again. It looks like it's both.
733,737 just resubbed for 31 months. Hi.
Looks seems fine to me. When I'm looking at OBS here. Look at this. A little bit of lag. So my mic goes here. And let's go to this one. My anything that comes from the main PC comes to this one. Music is only Opera GX, and this one not supposed to do anything. Seems like it's fine. I should turn it more. But this is the thing that's allowing me to control it. This is what the volume key. Hey, wait.
Please do not use Soul Glad bottle caps sold by the Dream Jolt troupe while experiencing the attractions. The Dream Jolt troupe, where? Are they hiding or something? Please do not. The Dream Jolt troupe, where? Oh, there it is. Found a good hiding spot, didn't ya? Come on, let's buy some bottle caps from it.
Just one moment.
Let me translate that for you. Who are you trying to pay with your spare change?
Ugh. I'm afraid you're going to have to handle this if it isn't enough.
Handle this? Handle what? Wait, is that really all you've got on you?
May I remind you that I am currently on the run?
Whew. Luck's on our side. Looks like we scraped together just enough. Shall we give this capsule machine a try and see what happens?
Okay,
Were you
well,
shocked just now?
Nothing's off so far. Maybe we should open the capsule? They can't be seriously going that far, right? No. Hey, look out!
seriously?
I'll see you off.
Yeah. Fight.
Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Feeling spiffy? Can you find the answer?
It didn't get me yet.
Destined for oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
The dead return!
Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Repay!
Still waters of oblivion.
Can you find the answer?
The dead return!
Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
I weep for the departed.
Really? I got a shot in 15
It
minutes.
too shall fall.
Oh, did they have to do that? They could have just recalled the capsule.
Perhaps making the attractions no longer just attractions is another corrective measure?
Aren't the rules being too finicky with words?
We're not breaking enough rules. We should look elsewhere, too.
Do not discard. This is
Children tend to be fascinated by such...
Forget it. I don't even know how to joke about this.
How many credits would I throw in there? No, access set. 1.
Something's happening.
Golden trash.
What is this? A woodcutter's trash can?
Enough. The location of the distortion is nearby.
Oh, there it is. Huh. It does look somewhat like you.
Time for it to disappear for good. Reveal thyself unto me, as is customary. All creatures endowed with eyes bear souls of equal worth.
Whoa. It worked. The IPC totally should have sent someone to keep an eye on you. Aren't they worried that you might make a comeback in Penacony and grow a new pair of wings?
So long as there remains a need for me to keep a low profile, I'm no threat to them.
That's true. Come to think of it, you had always been in the spotlight, be it as a respected member of the elite or a leader. When was the last time you fell into the mud? All the way back during your childhood days?
Sometime before I turned 6. Like most boys would, I tried to fly with my ear feathers, only to fall into a pit. I almost broke my halo.
That was sarcasm,
Really,
in case you didn't realize. But whoa, you actually remember something like that?
Can you try to use those ears?
You never forget times of
Yes,
failure.
sir.
It's
Yeah,
only
I
human
know.
nature.
Ugh, you're
Just,
probably the only one who'd consider something like that a failure. is it this time?
Just looking back.
But nothing's there.
Lost stuff.
That's the whole point of revisiting a place. When I look at everything here, the memories are so fresh, it's as if it all only happened yesterday. When the younger me tasted failure here, I ran myself ragged to fix the mess. I thought myself no longer the same person as before. But it looks like I was just going round in circles. I'm glad for this chance to look back on my past in this way. Come now. We should go. This will be a long farewell.
The gym. Well, I think it's mostly. I was just burnt out from streaming.
So, where are we heading next?
Oti Mall. There are bloodhounds stationed along the way, though. It might be better to take a quieter route.
I don't mean to meddle, but I'd advise you to stay away from that place.
Did something happen?
There isn't any concrete information yet, but anomalies have been reported around the area. The family
yeah, that's
is
the plan.
currently
So I'm only gonna do the
investigating.
stories.
You okay?
I'm fine. The Stellaron incident may have been quelled, but who is to say that
Well, I was
nobody
gonna,
has another
play
agenda?
Far Cry 6, maybe.
Thanks for the
Call of
tip, sir.
Duty.
We'll make a detour. May you stay safe, too.
Hold on.
Gotta get my stories done.
Sweet Dreams are technically safe, but it would be wise to look out for oncoming vehicles.
Thank you.
Goes in and out every 5 seconds. Oh no. Bluetooth sucks for a lot of reasons.
Whew, that was no
Not
ordinary
fully
passerby. It's a miracle that he didn't see through your disguise.
If you have live in house beside house
The
beside
Astral
house type of
Express should have
situation,
departed a long time
Wi-Fi
ago.
sucks. Everybody
Why
knows.
is he still in Penacony?
That also applies.
needn't
on
change
Bluetooth,
our
'cause
plans
they're almost
because of
the
him.
same frequency.
But be sure to keep your guard up. I hope nothing terrible has fallen upon Penacony while I was in captivity the last few days. Come now. It's time we set off. Let's not stick too close to each other, just in case. A few feet or so between us will do.
Version 2 gigabit next week. The thing is, yeah, your router can be fast, but is your phone compatible with it? Those are the questions. Just ends here. Oh, I think I'm on Wi-Fi 6. Wait, which one am I on? It's an older router. It's not high splash. This is part of the Raptor series, so. see. In text? Yeah, but the thing... Yeah, but your phone has to be compatible with it, right? Yeah, this is the one I'm using. Oh, there it is. Wi-Fi 6. I don't know why I didn't bother looking up on my phone. I could have just typed in 8. And then my router setting. Yeah, that's the exact one I use. It is 6 GB, but is your dedicated Wi-Fi chip even compatible? What did I misclick and I closed everything? What is your main device? Wi-Fi 6. I go here and I go here. And I go to adapter settings. Properties. Copy. Then we look up this exact debt. Yeah. That's what I'm using mesh. So this is compatible with don't know what version it is. Oh, this is the one I'm using. Yeah, it's a Wi-Fi 6E. So I can't really go any faster than Wi-Fi 7. I won't be able to use that. I'm gonna have to upgrade all my Wi-Fi chips. Okay. What's the speeds of this? Well, at least we're not on Wi-Fi 5 anymore. I don't even use the higher bandwidth anyway. Yeah, but I don't need an upgrade, so I'm fine. I already spent the money a long time ago. I'm good. Well, actually, is Wi-Fi 7 better for range? That's the only thing that really matters. It's the range that really affects everything. I walked here. Ignored everything.
Seems I let my wishful thinking get the best of me. Will you at least give me a chance to explain?
I also have a GT
I will,
AC6
but
2900
before
and
I
a,
do,
AX 92U.
put your hands behind your back and answer my questions in short sentences.
Short sentences?
I need to make sure your words aren't concealing any dangerous incantations.
I can't believe I've left everyone with such a peculiar impression of me. Please, believe me when I say that I didn't come back here with ill intent. Penacony will never experience the Order again, either.
I'm afraid I won't be taking your words at face value, not after how you wielded the power of harmony. Answer me. What are you doing here?
It looks like there's only one way to gain your trust. Come on out, 1 week. We found ourselves an ally.
So, it was the IPC that freed you.
My sister has likely made an agreement of some sort with them. As for how I'm able to move around freely in Penacony, I have 1 week to thank for that. As you can see, I've only returned to my home to bid it farewell. Would you be kind enough to give me a chance to say goodbye, so that I may leave without regrets?
Agreed. But, until you leave Penacony for good, you're to stay by my side.
You have my gratitude.
I left my home in a hurry, too. I know how it feels. That said, I can't make this call by myself. My companions need to know about this, too.
The Astral Express crew is in Penacony too?
Come with me. We'll go find them. You come along, too.
Okay, okay. Boy, this is gonna be a party.
Don't have low dreams. Deepest. Other name. Four parts. Okay, not that long. Continuing on.
We're here. They should be somewhere nearby.
Mr. Yang, if you don't mind, there's something that puzzles me. Now that the crisis on the planet of festivities has been averted, shouldn't the Astral Express have departed to continue on its trailblazing journey? Why have you and your companions stayed behind in Penacony? Could it be that someone stirred up trouble after I left?
And if that were indeed the case?
I doubt I'm in any position to be proposing ideas, but I'm happy to defer to the Nameless and aid with any plans you may have.
There's no need to worry. All is well in Penacony. Our reason for lingering here is a certain unusual passenger.
A passenger?
The Express has been commissioned to send a passenger back home. We're just resting up in Penacony for a while before we depart. Hmm?
By passenger, do you mean this lady here? Or these ladies?
This... how?
You're finally here, Mr. Yang. We have a huge problem.
I can see that.
Isn't it fascinating how variables never fail to find their way into the lives of organic life forms?
I didn't expect you to see here in Penacony.
I have no interest in the Harmony's celebration, so it's only natural for me to turn down the invitation. But it looks like my decision also cost me the front row seat to all of your exciting adventures. Conclusion: there is likewise a downside to pursuing reason.
Problem, I gotta go to the washroom. RX, ARWFX, and I'll talk to you eventually. back.
I hear that the Astral Express has established a collaboration with the Garden of Recollection for your next destination. Could there be more to it?
I'm gonna DM some quick.
Logic. The average Pathstrider wouldn't leave any trace behind in the Garden of Recollection's mirror. It's a pity we do not communicate much within the Society. Not to mention we've lost most of our members to the Lord of Silence. I have never heard of Amphorius, however. That Foxian girl has indeed been through an unimaginable turn of events. I suppose that's the fate you organic life forms are bound by.
He blocked me.
So, is it out of goodwill that the Astral Express volunteered to send her back home?
Famous quest. Wait, they're gonna reanimate her mouth later, right?
Looks like this is one exceptional passenger. Don't you have to accompany her then, Miss Himiko?
So, is anyone gonna tell me what's going on? March?
Oh, about that. Why don't you ask her instead? She knows how to present things logically.
With the bat. Smash every single one. Apparently we have many.
You don't have to tell him that. He can see for himself. Forget it. I'll tell you. We walked around with Miss Ting-Yun for a while after separating from the rest. But then we ran into something weird.
Did something happen in the dreamscape?
Actually, it's more like it was someone's fault. We met a Pepeshi filming a Try Not to Laugh challenge, and he gave us some of his candy. A type of candy that's supposed to make you fall over laughing.
So that sort of try
Which
not to
one?
laugh challenge.
I didn't really want to do it, but she insisted on us giving it a shot. That's how we got into this problem.
Actually, no, neither of those. Not
What
Sunday
happened?
or Walt. failed the challenge terribly.
Oh, come on, stop interrupting. So, we had some candy, and we're so happy we rolled around on the ground for a bit before standing up. But once we did, we realized Miss Tingyun ate the candy too. But she only sneezed nonstop. Achoo! Achoo! Sneeze after sneeze. And before we knew it, she multiplied into several Tingyuns right in front of us.
What's your take on this?
The dreamscape is a Memoria world. It is likely the candy triggered her hypersensitive mind,
Plus she died.
causing scattered memory fragments to dissociate and become entities themselves. There is no cause for concern. We've experienced similar incidents from time to time in the sweet dream.
Mr. Yang? Who's this?
It's okay. You can reveal yourself now.
I was only being careful, or we would have been stopped by the Bloodhounds more than once on our way here. Help me remove my disguise, 1 week.
It's been a while, everyone.
You! What's going on?
One week, fun smile. What do you mean?
Everyone, stay calm. I'll
I
explain.
don't gotta take. I'm not gonna do this 1 week. Did I miss an update or something, Rick? Like 10 years back. How did that happen?
I believe that at this point, Sunday has no reason to be dishonest. But to
I
prevent
missed
any
something?
unforeseen complications, I'll be accompanying him everywhere he goes until he leaves Penacony. Mr. 1 Week here is an old acquaintance of Sunday's.
Pleased to meet you, fair lady. And you, of course. You're the heavyweight who pummeled this control freak.
The surprises just keep pouring in. First there was Miss Acheron, and then Miss Tingyun. Why does it seem like Mr. Yang always comes back with some extraordinary guests?
Let's leave this discussion for later. For now, we should be focusing on returning Miss Tingyun to her normal self.
That's
buffering?
not gonna be
Better said this
easy.
player.
You'll see what I mean, Mr.
Excellent.
Yang.
Excellent. That's not
These Tingyuns aren't exactly easy to communicate with.
Miss March 7th, have you taken the time to consider my suggestion?
Your suggestion? Oh, wait. Which Miss Tingyun are you again?
It's me! I'm the one who wants every Tingyun to come together to form the Tingyun Merchant Guild.
What's the deal with Tinyu?
How often do you get the chance to work with yourself? Just imagine how in sync we'll be with one another. We're bound to thrive and prosper. I know, we can't leave the dreamscape to trade with the outside world, so that's where you come in, Miss March 7th. Your wits surpass many others, making you the perfect person to handle liaison negotiations on our behalf.
Do you eat cheesecake in Canada? What?
I guess I can consider it. I hope everything goes smoothly for your guild. There. Now do you see what I mean, Mr. Yang?
There does appear to be an element of her talking to herself.
Forget about it.
Cheesesteaks? No,
How
I
are
don't
you
know
gonna
what that
clone
is.
your bat?
Mr. Yang mentioned the Express's next voyage is to send a passenger back home. Could this lady be from the Xianzhou Alliance?
Yes, more specifically, the Xianzhou Luofu.
The Luofu? Didn't the Antimatter Legion launch an ambush on the Luofu some time ago? Was she one of the few survivors?
Quite the contrary. She might have been the person closest to the Eye of the Storm.
Looks like there's a lot more to this story.
Story for another time. As host of the Dreamscape, do you have any suggestions for fixing this problem?
I don't have much to go on now. Perhaps we should talk to the other Miss Tingyuns here.
No.
That sounds nice. People never forget a personally prepared home-cooked meal. But then again, gifts should be lasting. What about a delightful new bouquet of flowers on the table each day? Wouldn't they do a better job at brightening up someone's day? That sounds like a good idea. If we really want to do this right, though, it's the thought behind the gift that truly matters. The more thought goes into the gift, the better the recipient feels it. She makes a valid point, too.
You sure have a way of not offending anyone.
These three Tingyuns don't look like they'll be reaching a conclusion anytime soon. We won't be able to get a word in.
So, what do you think, Sonny?
Let's try a different name, my dear friend.
Oh, don't we sound chummier that way? I took a leaf out of this Foxian girl's book.
The problem with Miss Tingyun is just as I suspected before. That prank shattered her into notes that are each a part of her. In other words, it means the Tingyuns we see here are all different aspects of her psyche.
You just put steak.
Okay. You just made it sound a whole lot more complicated.
At any rate, this is a known occurrence across the dreamscape. Tuning could be the way to fix it. The only problem is that these Miss Tingyuns are too caught up in their own world. Is there one we can properly speak with?
Did I read this correctly?
One that we can speak with? Oh, I think there is one! But it may take me a while to identify her.
Give me a second. Keeper. More.
Huh? You can't fly? Why? I can. I can fly. A long, long time ago, a big girl flew with me really high into the sky.
I'm streaming at the same time though. Can you just share your screen? I'm not gonna show it to stream. You're gonna go to Discovery. I'm gonna scroll down. I swear there was one category that allows you to links, web, scroll up a bit. YouTube. Cool. Can you hover over Telegram? You went up all the way up. In the viewers from the outside of Twitch, just my Telegram. Is that for that day you just decided to stream? Is that the day you decided to stream? Mic test. What's going on with this thing? Mic test. This thing. Can you hear me now? Might be my mic settings. Or I need mirrored on my top again. Nope. I think that was the day you streamed, right? On the 5th? Kind of recent. Which tracker? Which tracker? Neighbor. Okay. Database pops up. Tracker. Okay. It says you streamed. That day was December 16th. Where the chart is, that says 20 seconds, so it's... Go to stream summary. If you go to the 16th, does it say anything on there or no? Go down one. Okay, so go back to the one that's the highest. Scroll down. Keep scrolling. There it is. Click from that one. Click view more in the very bottom. Larger. How much was from Timothy Randy? Hover over his name. 470. 6K on from followers is follow. And if you go viewers from Twitch. 3K, and then viewers by location. So viewers by platform, if you go to that one. Viewers outside from Twitch just doesn't look. So actually, if you scroll up again a bit, no, actually go back. Put the back key for it, or the top. Scroll down. Scroll up. You want past it. Up where it says "Show me," and change from chat messages. I think it's average. It says show me, and then you'll see that. Yep, average. Oh, okay, it's Timothy decided to raid you. Okay, it looks like it was a raid. Then it just fell off within how many minutes? At the top, first time when you got it. You see the spikes at 200. Scroll, no, don't scroll away. Bring your mouse over a bit. Yeah, 222. So, and then when did it start dropping? No, not there. Yeah, that one will do. 20 minutes, okay. Then it started every 20 minutes, it went down more. And then you see the one more, that one. But within 1 hour it dropped dramatically. Okay, so it was just a raid. I don't know what Rick is talking about. This one seems safe. I don't see it by the viewer of your dashboard. It seems like there is no view botting because it doesn't say links. It would, if it did, if you look on my stream, it would say. Show you. I do have one incident that happened on. This way too late. Can't read that far down. 21, it might show up in there. 21, this date, it might show up. It Yeah, it did show up. So when a long time ago when I was streaming Starfleet Command, they view botted me on their website. That's where a view bot actually looks like. But I didn't see anything sus. Because it looks like it was mostly from views from channels. So it was just from your during that stream. It would show no better. Oh, this will not do better. This is worse. When did that happen again? Remember when I streamed our game? Anyway, it seems like you're safe. Alright, that'll be all for today. Goodbye. And phone call. Okay. No, he can't hear. He was not talking. He was just typing in Discord. So it was about one of the people that claimed. Rick claimed that someone was viewbotting, but it seems like it's safe.
I'll take you next time. Pinky promise. Should we?
Nah, I think she's perfectly fine on her own. The childlike innocence that adults have is a lot more resilient than you can imagine.
Even if that's true, it doesn't apply to her.
I want to blow it up. Oh, that's the gambling addiction one. That one that's behind a stall. Two that are just standing there. Two of them looking at grass. Looking at stuff. The right one. Money gambling. Trash. You know what? It has to be these two. No shot. Walking. Sleepwalking.
This Miss Ting Yun looks like she's sleepwalking. Huh? Yikes. She's...
Oh, were you all looking for me? Oh, were you all looking for me?
Found her. If I remember correctly, this Miss Ting Yun's trait is...
It's nothing special, really.
She ought to meet your one we can properly speak with requirement, right?
Worth a try. My lady, if I may, I wish to perform a tuning on you.
Before you start, you should know that we're keeping our eyes on you. If you even think about taking Miss Ting Yun hostage...
It is not my intention to provoke you. Perhaps, as assurance, we can have my friend here perform the task in my stead. 1 week has a higher mastery of the harmony than I do.
That is true.
If you still have concerns, you are also free to restrain me while he performs the tuning.
There's no need for that. You're acting so... sincere. I'm actually surprised.
Are you all right with this, Miss Tingyun?
I go as the wind blows, so you may decide for me.
Then kindly forgive our intrusion. Please do your best, 1 week.
Somewhat normal. What's up, Lloyd? What's up, 73? What's up?
What the... Did any of you hear a voice just now?
A voice?
Never mind.
Look! It's working!
Damn, I was gonna do this. If I get this done as fast as I can, it says 2 to 3 hours. Rick said. Short story Spartan.
Never did I expect that every encounter with you would always be in moments of distress. Did I conduct myself improperly?
Miss Tingyun! You're finally back!
Yeah, I'm gonna read this right quick on Discord DM.
You may be small, but you're pretty amazing. Huh? What's wrong?
It's nothing. Just a trivial matter.
What do you sense?
I should have let you handle it yourself. This girl is not as ordinary as she appears.
Halt. If you want to be forgiven, remove yourself from Tim's.
I nearly died. Just now.
What?
Don't be afraid.
So let's say if someone does it to you, now you're a cheat.
What is this place?
No matter what you see, you only need to remember one thing. You're not alone.
Who are you? And who am I? Is that where I came from? And where does this path lead? That looks so familiar. Does she want to lead me
No.
somewhere?
I'll talk to Rick later about that. I don't do streamer events anymore. I don't care about them. I keep using for games.
The life support pod is ready.
Oh,
There were
okay.
only minor issues.
That's great. Otherwise,
could
that
test
person
it.
from the Xianzhou might not be able to hold on much longer.
Be done with it.
You're still trying.
Well,
There's no precedent for saving someone who was destroyed by a Lord Ravager. Will it even work?
I'm not a genius,
No.
so I don't understand the logic behind it.
No.
But if she says it's
Bound.
possible, then it must be.
Excuse me. Could you tell me where I am?
I could use it with my other account.
Can they not hear me?
Because that account doesn't get used.
This girl is... Tingyun. What a familiar name. Do I know her?
Don't question it. Keep moving forward.
It's you again. Who's talking to me? These are...
These are wounds left by the destruction. They have taken root within your body and cannot be removed.
The destruction? I don't understand. Please, who are you? And why won't you show yourself?
I can't go to you. All I can do is wait for you to finish walking this path.
You want me to go through here? Do I have to fight it?
There's no need for that. It's too dangerous, and you can't do it anyway. Don't fight it. Embrace it. Try to coexist with it. Think of it as feeling your own scars.
My scars? Wait! Is this called coexisting?
Don't worry.
As I said before, you're not alone.
Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Yeah, it is.
Still waters of oblivion.
Net markers
They
activated.
use a
Time for a
website
good
to
old
promote
counterattack.
themselves when you actually in reality don't have reviews to watch.
Can you find the answer?
If you're searching up something on a sketchy website, you don't know you're actually watching a stream. You are, and that person's gonna refer you. And then bad revenue from
The dead return!
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
That's basically where it is.
Feeling spiffy?
Destined for
I need my other account affiliate.
Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Again.
Receive divinity. The dead return!
Still waters of oblivion.
Ready for another? Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
How can it be? Why are there still so many of them? The ones from before weren't defeated either.
As I said before, you can't defeat them. No one can. You can fall into the darkness and die alongside these scars of the destruction. Or bring them with you when you return to the world here. These are your two choices.
Gotta get my most item.
Return to the world? What are you saying?
Return to reality.
Oh. No wonder those two ignored me. Am I just a wandering spirit now?
Close, but not quite.
So... I'm trapped between life and death? Existing in a limbo?
You can think of it that way.
Based on what you said, even if I should wake up, these wounds that caused my death will remain on my body and never heal? I don't understand. You appear to be trying to save me, Benefactor. But why are you telling me all this?
It's a habit of mine. I believe everyone should have the right to choose whether they wish to return to this world or not.
Be that as it may, I don't remember anything. There's nothing to help me make a choice.
That doesn't matter. I believe the desire to live was born from nothing to begin with. You may also prove yourself to be the exception. I would also be pleased with that result.
How troublesome. But I suppose that's part of living.
Survival or destruction
is no longer a choice for you. They both now grow along the same path. And only by walking this path will you break through the darkness and arrive at my side. Feeling more awake? Congratulations. You attained your very first victory in this tug of war. It's a good start.
This is...
Let me explain. You were attacked by a Lord Ravager. By all rights, you should not have survived. But someone didn't agree with that assessment, and it just so happens I was able to fulfill his request.
What about the other merchants?
I don't know.
Why me?
Because you were the most unfortunate. You fell into the hands of that Lord Ravager, who destroyed your body and spirit. Yet, you were also the most fortunate. Her desire to claim everything about you for herself meant she needed time, so you were spared instant annihilation. There is only a fine line between resurrection and escaping death. Yet, they couldn't be more different. If you had truly died, I would have been powerless to do anything for you.
My body feels strange.
I'm sorry. I can't let you regain your ability to feel just yet. You'd be in excruciating pain.
Wait.
Your body was contaminated by the destruction and suffered severe damage. As I said before, these wounds will stay with you for the rest of your life. To prevent its resurgence, I made some minor modifications to your body. Or more specifically, your tail. You'll have to learn to adapt to it. Unfortunately, the inescapable price of survival is often more adversity.
Regardless, I'm grateful to you for saving my life.
There's no need for that. This was merely a transaction. With this, the debt between the traveling merchant and me is clear.
Who?
Don't worry about it. You should sleep for a little longer. By the time you wake up, you won't remember any of these details. I'll arrange for someone to send you home. Which reminds me, you seem to have some dependable friends with close ties to you. You should go with them. It can only help with your recovery to hear more about your past.
You're not gonna stretch? Oh, now you're stretching. Through the window.
Are you all right?
Did I pass out? A little quick to the draw, aren't you?
The tuning rebounded and affected 1 week instead. This is no ordinary woman.
There you are.
I suppose there's no point in hiding it from you anymore. Miss Tingyun is originally from the Xianzhou. She had an unfortunate encounter with a Lord Ravager who robbed her of her identity and left her on the verge of death. While she miraculously escaped with her life, her body suffered terrible injuries beyond all power to heal.
But something happened to change that outcome?
Yes, a genius got involved. She's very accomplished in the field of life sciences and managed to grant Miss Tingyun a shot at survival. After that, she asked the Express to escort Miss Tingyun back home. We made a stop at Penacony along the way, partly to allow her some time to convalesce.
I'm so sorry.
thought no one would be affected if I hid inside a dream. I didn't expect so many mishaps to happen.
That's alright. So long as nobody was hurt. Can I get something to drink? I feel like I've been asleep for 10 years.
That's fine. We should find another place to talk anyway. We drew some attention with that commotion earlier.
So glad again. I'm a local, you know.
You'll have to make do.
In any case, I must thank the both of you for your assistance.
It was nothing. Now that the matter with Miss Ting-Yun is resolved, are we meeting your other two companions next?
There's no need for that. Mr. 1 Week is in poor condition, so let's wrap up your farewells first. I'll leave Miss Ting-Yun in your hands.
Huh? But, Mr. Yang, the messenger from the Xianzhou is almost here. You're not coming with us?
I trust that you can handle it. Besides, Himiko will be there. She'll be able to handle any decisions should you run into any difficulties.
Okay. We better hurry then. It's ridiculous! How come I keep bumping into colleagues? Shall we keep going then? Did you forget already? Miss Ting...
I'm not too familiar with this planet. I'm worried an unscrupulous cutthroat merchant will try to take advantage of me. Luckily, the people I want to buy these gifts for are friends you already know on the Xianzhou. So I'll be counting on both your stakeholder intuitions for recommendations.
As if a merchant could seriously take advantage of you.
No, I already picked up a few gifts earlier. So that means there's only 3 more left to go. But we...
So? Right.
The Patrolulu Photon Blaster and seize the radiant wonders of the cosmos.
So. Uh-oh. It's so. Just catching getting to one health. Stop crying.
Welcome. How can I help you?
Someone to that chair.
Hello there. It's my
So
first
far,
time visiting the Dreamscape,
person I sold it
so
to,
I
he
wanted
said
to
the
buy
leather
some
was
local
falling off.
specialties as souvenirs for my friends back home. My two friends here are more familiar with the Dreamscape and recommended your shop, so I'm here to take a look.
Wow, you really know how to flatter. Go ahead. Browse all you like.
First we have Lady Fu Xuan of the Divination Commission. What do you think best suits her?
Did you pick that because of her third eye?
A meticulously thought out and interesting suggestion. It'll make for a novel gift. Let's go with that. Next is General Jing Yuan.
Seriously?
Now that the Alliance has all of you there to help them, sending any elite fighters more would just be overkill. Come to Clock Studios theme park to learn more about the history of the Planet of Festivities. I think the General will like this gift. Finally, we have Lady Bailu of the Alchemy Commission.
Oh,
She loves excitement.
Some broke.
You carry yourself with such dignity and grace, but you still have the heart of a child. Lady Bailu loves these types of accessories. Let's go with your suggestion. That's all of them. Please wrap them up for me. Thanks to both your help, everything went smoother than I expected. And it looks like we still have some time to spare.
Why don't we pay another visit to the Dreamscape sales store? You can find
Is that
memory
better?
bubbles pretty much anywhere. But Penacony's dream bubbles are extraordinary. Even if we don't get them as gifts, we can keep them as souvenirs for ourselves.
Oh.
I must be going to lie down and sleep and see you next time, you cute susty boy.
Game sounds too loud. You think it's just a game sound? No. I thought I just turned on my gain very quickly. Maybe that would have fixed it. Is it better though, or no? Where's my mouse? Oh, it's not even on. A bit better now. Random by point. Couldn't hear the TTS. Bro, my voice is not that bad. I'm not that old. I guess I will listen to my streams after, and I will decide what's gonna fix it. TTS was super low. I still need to fix TTS. And subs, because apparently all those are way too low.
A souvenir for myself. That's definitely
hear
an
them
idea
fine.
I can get behind.
But for some reason my stream settings are wrong.
But there's one more thing I wish to do. Since this is our last stop, could I have a word with you two in private? Perhaps somewhere more secluded. I'd like to discuss a personal matter.
Nah, it's not been fixed. But TTS is a whole different system. So I have to refix that
This
completely.
is a good spot.
Miss Ting Yoon, what's this about?
Good night, 73. What a smile.
You've looked out for me during our travels together these past few days. I'm truly grateful and can't thank you enough. But there are some things I find difficult to forget. I feel it's only right that I tell you what's on my mind before we part ways. Do you two still remember what it was like when you first saw me?
How could we forget? She was so shocked. She was frozen in place when she shouted.
Exactly. And that's precisely why I haven't been able to shake off this strange feeling in the days since I started traveling with you. When I asked for your names, I couldn't help but think that this first encounter was actually a long-awaited reunion for you. I've heard about what happened to you on the Xianzhou. And I've got to admit that Phantylia's disguise was so perfect, it was like another me tricking everyone.
Yeah, there's a...
Yeah, we couldn't even tell when you were replaced by Phantylia. I figured it happened when we were after Kafka.
After I
You
saw that,
vanished
I'm
for
like...
a while. I thought you must
They
have
didn't
come
even
back
bother
as a
animating the
double.
mouth yet. The Ancient Heart team
It
is
was
different for
much
that, though.
earlier than that. That thought has me filled with sorrow. As
It's
if a
like
piece of my
HSR's
life had
team,
been stolen
where
away,
they use mouth
and I
movement based
had
off
no
how they
part in
speak.
it. That's what I've been puzzled about
I
too.
wonder
I never actually saw
for
how
HSR,
Phantylia managed
their
to
voicing for
disguise
mouth
herself
movement
as
is
me.
better
What
for
was
like
your impression
other voices
of
too.
that Tingyun, if you recall?
Mysterious.
That's just the nature of the Foxians. It's widely known that mystery is the key to our allure. So, what did she seem like to you? Oh, is that a compliment? I'm not sure if I'm deserving of that title. Was there anything particularly memorable?
Now's not the time for those kinds of jokes.
Now the final question. In your eyes, am I just like the Tingyun you remember?
Wait, don't you find that question a bit weird? You're the real Ting Yoon. Why compare yourself to an imposter?
Oh, Miss March, you might have the wrong idea. I'm just feeling a mix of
I gotta both characters after I finish the story.
Uh-huh.
As
With
a
no
merchant,
voices.
staying well-informed is crucial. It's only natural for me to stay updated on the events of the Lawfu before I return.
Don't say that.
If I had rushed in and out back
Like
then, I
what
wouldn't
Call of
have
Duty
been
is
much
doing.
help.
They replaced all the voice actors
Instead, I would have
for some of
postponed
them
the trip and sought
because they're on
assistance from
strike
allies,
too.
But
So,
in that case,
and
We
they swapped some voice
have
actors out for
crossed
now.
paths.
exactly.
Swap them out.
Based on your description, that Lord Ravager was indeed cunning.
Surprisingly.
Her demeanor mirrored mine so closely that it felt like
But
she was living my life for a
Treyarch
few
never
days,
said anything about it.
rather than merely disguising herself. I
Yeah.
regret missing out on your Senjo journey. But everything that unfolded afterward,
Well, if I became a voice
aside
actor,
from the scheming, played out exactly as if I'd been there.
yeah, I don't know about
This
that
leads me
anymore.
to consider
I
another
also make
possibility.
music, but I probably would.
Fantilia had stolen a piece of my life,
Oh,
and a
by a little
Foxian
bit.
always gets even.
My golly, it was mostly facing
I
the
will
right.
not be taken advantage of. I
Well, my
must
mic
take
settings
something
were
back from
setting
her
to
as
the
well.
right side more.
But after thinking it over, the only thing that could be considered equal value is the bond I have
Don't be
with all
worse
of
than
you.
kids.
That thought has brought me great comfort. And now I know how to speak to you
Yeah,
properly.
well, first song. Well, is that
We've never
KSSI's
even met
first
before,
song?
and here you are, offering your help.
That's the question.
Just as before. I should have treated you with respect, but fear of Fantilia made me act like
That
somebody
part I
else.
actually I don't know. So
And now, I will reclaim everything I have lost. And it should begin with a proper acknowledgement. Dear benefactors, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you.
nope.
Looks like we're off to a good start. Moving forward, I'll definitely be trying more things like this from now on. And you, my dear benefactors, will be my source of courage.
Miss Ting-Yoon, that's way too over the top. Just don't make any risky decisions. It might overwhelm her.
We'll see. I just hope the Ting-Yoon in your memories won't be tainted by Fantilia anymore. All right, no more questions. I hope I didn't take up too much of your time. Let's continue on our way.
So I actually do what I did pull. While you guys were, I was offline, you know, because I haven't been playing this game. Did pull for. I'll know about Booth Hill, right? Sunday. Continue. No, it's huge instead. So. I got Sunday, so.
Watch your step now.
I just gotta build them now.
Welcome to the Dreamscape Sales Store. Dr. Edward at your service.
We're looking for some dreams to
Ooh,
give as
sales.
gifts. Something exotic and preferably captivating.
Just a friendly reminder, being too picky won't help you find the best dreams. You'll just dampen your spirits ahead of time. That being said, there are always some lucky exceptions. Not too long ago, I procured a dream bubble that sounds perfectly. The story unfolds in the Shinjo Alliance, where a young swordmaster strives to become the sword champion. However, his junior Foxian sword, who just turned 100, puts him in a tough spot.
Why does that sound oddly familiar?
Also, on Wuthering Waves, I also
Since
got
I'm returning to
a
the
new character.
Sanjo, I think it's better to choose something
Well, I'm a
unrelated to
50-50.
the Alliance. Feel free to pick a few for me.
Tower Fantasy? No,
I love
I don't even know what the fuck's going on in that game.
Easy to work.
So easy to take advantage of, you mean? Just don't pick anything weird, okay?
Oh, speaking of dreamscapes, I have a gift for you, my benefactors. After troubling you all this time, I couldn't leave without properly expressing my thanks. Here's a dream bubble for you. I hope you enjoy it.
Wow. That's really nice of you.
It's an evil dream bubble. Just kidding.
Here are the dream bubbles I prepared. Thank you for your business.
Well, it looks like everything's finally in order. I suppose it's time to head back?
Trailblazers from the Astral Express. Welcome to the Dreamscape Sales Store. Oh, please excuse me. I struggle to think of an appropriate way of addressing such esteemed guests as yourself. You must be here to experience those dream bubbles. I've already made the necessary preparations. Be careful, though. We did pass the safety inspection stipulated by Article 27, damaged ferrets, and Article 076. However, this dreamscape will feature unfiltered and unpolished fresh memory. It will make for a very vivid experience.
Unfiltered? Ooh.
Veteran game. Call this type of dream a thrill dream. I don't know if you're into that kind of thing. If you feel any discomfort, please leave the dreamscape immediately and seek professional help. Luckily, I just so happen to be an excellent doctor.
Oh my god.
Let us begin. Please, close your eyes and rest your forehead on the dream. Oh yes, any Elizabeth? That elegant girl mentioned something before she left.
The nature of this memory is special. Don't ruin the dreamscape experience for anyone else by spoiling the ending.
Don't spoil the ending, guys. That's what she said.
In my estimation, there is no question about it. This is murder.
Murder. Such a foreign word to us. The people of Penacony could never come to any harm while under the watchful protection of the family. In a dream, even if you're bashed 1,000 times with a hammer, at worst, you'll still wake up in reality in a hotel.
Not necessarily. Even if the result does not constitute harm, the criminal intent is clear enough. You specifically came here to cordon off the scene because of the unsavory nature of this case, right?
You're not wrong. Even if there are no casualties, being smashed over the head with a hammer in the middle of the street for no reason at all? This is not the kind of thing that happens on Penacony. You are guests of the Oak family, so you may investigate the crime scene. I'll be on standby over here.
Are you a witch? Just how did you manage to convince them in the blink of an eye that we're some kind of detectives?
Just some suggestions at the memory level. If something happens in everybody's memory, then that something becomes a fact. If we had a little more time, I could have even convinced her I was Xipe the Harmony. Then, on to the next order of business. Let's discuss your companion, shall we?
Memo Keeper of the Garden of Recollection. I've been watching you for quite some time. You stole a glance at me when you first entered the hotel. You followed me wherever I went inside the dreamscape.
In the windows along the commercial street, in the pond water reflections of the Iden Park, even in the reflections of the wine glass. Everywhere. My dear, do you have a crush on me? Well then, seeing as you're so interested in me, let's play a little game. I left a puzzle for you, Nero Timal. Solve it and prove that you're capable of pleasing me. If you can solve it, then we can talk. Don't leave me waiting, my dear. Before Penacony gets flipped upside down, try to find me, catch me, and stop me.
There's actually more than one memo keeper who's come to Penacony. She's
Sorry, I had to
mixed
DM
me
someone.
up with someone else. But no harm, no foul. The address at the masked gateway was right here. But you never would have thought that when Miss Sparkle mentioned a game, she was talking about wanton slaughter on the streets of Penacony.
Wait, what?
Such a direct act of provocation is enough to get my competitive side worked up too.
Madam, forgive me. I had no idea about anything she said. As you saw, I went through a brain scan and everything. I'm just a friend, helping her deliver a letter. That's all. I never knew this was actually a declaration of warfare. They say you shouldn't kill the messenger. So, maybe you can just, let me go. You all are the big shots here. I'm really not on your level.
What a frightened look you have. Don't worry. Since this has nothing to do with you, I won't be suspecting you of anything. Why don't you come take a stroll with me?
Oh, seems like I can't escape being an assistant detective. Oh, fine. It's all fine. No big deal.
Oh, fine. I might get murdered. Find out.
If there's anything you'd like to know, please ask away.
Can we summon the victim?
Where's Mr. Shamari right now? I'd like to meet him.
I'm afraid you can't. The Oaks came forward and calmed him down. Mr. Shamari expressed that he understands the unpredictable nature of dreams, and went on to vacation in another dreamscape. Best not to bother him. Guest experiences always have to come first.
Oh, I'm afraid by the time we find him, half of Penacony will have been sent back to reality by Sparkle.
Looks like we'll have to play this little game of sparkles then.
Lady Black Swan, you're here! I'm the constable, and this here assisting me is the bailiff for this case.
Mr. Coldfeet,
Why'd you do it?
So they can talk after all. Miss Black Swan, they're heading straight for you.
Don't interrupt, I wasn't talking to you. I understand Lady Black Swan has quite the intellect. I'm sure you'll be able to get to the bottom of the Sparkle murder case.
The Sparkle murder case? Wasn't the victim Shamari from the IPC?
You're wrong, Lady Black Swan. The victim is evidently none other than the matriarch of the Goldhammer family, Miss Sparkle Goldhammer.
Oh, I guess Miss Sparkle has written herself into the skit here, and this has nothing to do with the actual case. Goldhammer? Is that her real surname?
Never heard of it. Sounds made up. Sparkle doesn't sound like a real name either.
Miss Sparkle was supposed to receive 3 valiant warriors at the Goldhammer residence today, but upon their arrival, all they found was her body. Miss Sparkle had been smashed over the head by a hammer and died on the spot. Such a brutal act of violence.
My investigations discovered that the 3 warriors were supposed to escort supplies back to their territory the day before, but they were unexpectedly ambushed by the Annihilation Gang. They narrowly escaped and barely got away with their lives, finding their supplies almost completely raided. So they all shared a motive for killing Miss Sparkle, to escape punishment.
So the 3 of them teamed up to kill her.
Is the case closed?
No, there can only be one murderer. It's not an unsolved mystery if there are 3 murderers. Hang on, wait.
If you can't justify it, don't bother.
Got it! Those 3 were all vying against each other to be number 2. They couldn't have cooperated on anything. So it must have been one of them acting alone.
That actually doesn't make much sense. Even if they were on bad terms, those 3...
Please begin your investigation, Lady Black Swan. There are lots of clues at the crime scene that are sure to help you apprehend the real culprit.
I've got the case file right here. If you want to learn more about the suspects, talk to me. Lady Black Swan, allow me to introduce the 3 suspects to you. Lefton, Zhongshan, and Wright. Lefton is one of Miss Sparkle's chief lieutenants, whose right hand was unfortunately severed while he was valiantly fighting off the Annihilation Gang. He's now learning how to write and hold a fork with his left hand. How tough that must be! Then there's Zhongshan. This guy's a coward who ran away as soon as a group spotted some bandits along the road. He ended up smashing into the side of a cliff and getting his face disfigured. It's a real shame, as he used to be one of the rare handsome men left around town. Last of all comes Wright. This guy was so insatiably greedy that he still came back to try and embezzle the rest of the supplies after they narrowly escaped with their lives, lying about how the gang had taken off with everything. Lefton and Zhongshan were so incensed that they broke his legs.
Hang on, I'm confused here. Left on? Right? Is this some kind of joke?
What? Where did you get that idea from? Do you need me to go over it all again?
That won't be necessary.
That won't be necessary. I've memorized every detail.
No wonder you're a memo keeper.
Look! An ID card. Talent Motivation Department, Shamari. Is this the victims?
Mr. Shamari's belongings should have disappeared alongside him as he woke from the dreamscape. The fact that this ID is here means Miss Sparkle placed it here on purpose to prove that she definitely attacked someone.
Holy moly! This hammer is super heavy! This must be the murder weapon for the Sparkle murder case!
Miss Sparkle also used it to attack Mr. Shamari.
I'm barely able to lift this using both hands! I have no idea how Sparkle could ever use this to hit a target.
This is actually story time with no Chatty. Yeah, I don't know. Chatty's kind of for some reason dead. That part I don't know what's going
Is that all
on.
the evidence? How are we meant to solve this with so
How
little
much
to
chat
go
was there?
on?
Let's see. Yeah, it's mostly 73. Like,
Oh, you scared me! When did you pop out?
The two pieces of evidence that you found are related to the attack on Shamari. Miss Sparkle didn't leave them lying around for no reason.
damn,
They're
I know,
clues
right?
to the puzzle. But there are still some other clues that were placed in other areas.
Andron, how are you?
So they won't spoil the crime scene.
Isn't that a bit unnecessary?
No, no. It's disruptive to have a stack of irrelevant things crowding a crime scene. Miss Sparkle is a law-abiding citizen who'd never bring extra trouble to the family.
Seems quite nice of her, if you ask me.
Looks like Miss Sparkle is adding a little spice to the investigation. Let's take her up on her offer then. Mr. Assistant Detective, this way.
Bro, I'm gonna go reuse old vents. Like, no way.
What's this little device here for? Could you please let me know? It looks like a little button.
Don't push it, Lady Black Swan. Whatever you do, don't push it! That's the mutually assured destruction button that Miss Sparkle installed. Once pushed, Miss Sparkle and the entirety of Penacony will instantaneously go up in smoke! Miss Sparkle also has her own button. The second she pushes it, you and the entirety of Penacony will instantaneously go up in smoke!
That sounds like both buttons can do the exact same thing.
Correct! Exactly the same.
Oh,
Aren't you going to ask me why?
okay. Why?
Because she is fair.
This is nuts.
Wanna push it? L-Dog? What do you mean, L-Dog? No, it's W.
Yeah.
W. What do you mean, begging?
Huh.
Can't believe it. L-Dog, how are you, though? I'm great. Oh, hold on. God, what do you mean? What's wrong? Tell me what's going on.
What's this? A plush toy?
Regardless of why it's designed to look like the conductor aboard the Astral Express, this doll, is it connected to the case?
You already stole my Christmas.
Have you ever heard of something called a red herring
I didn't
in
get
detective
anything.
stories?
Your
It's a
fault.
fake clue that leads you down the wrong path.
I see. But when it's so obvious, doesn't that defeat the purpose?
That's just in case you didn't realize the ingenuity of Miss Sparkle and were worried about her throwing out a random, useless clue.
I see. Thank you for your keen insight. Then, let's pretend we were misled by a red herring. This doll, could it be connected to the case?
You don't have to play along that hard, you know.
This notice seems like a hint for us from Miss Sparkle.
That sounded like a story from ancient times. And why did the facial recognition system suddenly go out?
This is so her style, isn't it? Doesn't look like there are any more clues. Let's head back to the crime scene.
Next, should we pin down the identity of the perpetrator? This evidence, I've been staring at it all day, but there's nothing that can identify the perp. Lefton, that guy lost his hand. Remember Zhongshan's face was disfigured after the incident at the cliff? Right? I remember this one best. Right has a broken leg.
Why don't we flip the question and start by asking who couldn't be the murderer? After all, there are only 3 suspects, so elimination could be a valid method.
If you put it like that, then do you already have someone in mind? Tell me, come on.
Easy. One with the broken hand can't do it. So let's do Lefton.
Who exactly is the murderer? Lefton, that guy lost his hand. Oh, is that so? Oh, is that...
Based on the bailiff's statement, Lefton's dominant hand was seriously injured to the point where he had to learn how to live using only his left hand. Swinging that giant sledgehammer to murder someone, that must be hard for him. Probably impossible. Lefton's suspicion level can be downgraded.
So, who exactly is the murderer? Remember Zhongshan's face was
Poor guy. That would suggest that Zhongshan is not the murderer.
By process of elimination, it seems that only Wright could be the murderer. That was easy. Let's tell the constable our answer and see what he thinks.
Please begin your investigation, Lady Black Swan. There are lots of clues at the crime scene that are sure to help you apprehend the real culprit.
The murderer is Wright.
You have answered correctly! As expected, you didn't disappoint, Lady Black Swan. Game rules stipulate I must tell you where the next puzzle is.
Huh? The next puzzle?
I didn't sign up for this.
Looks like the key to winning lies not in the puzzle itself, but in the motives behind Miss Sparkle's strange behavior. I'm afraid this chase may just go on forever.
I have to remind you that Sparkle is a masked fool? Do you plan on finding logic in the mind of a masked fool?
That's exactly what I plan on doing. Even if it's just subjective, there must be an overall principle behind the behavior. Memories cannot lie, and hers may just understand more about her than she does herself. Right now, let's follow her train of thought and head to the next puzzle. I hope this time we can get ahead of the Bloodhound family. I want to try and avoid using my Memo Keeper powers.
Keep rolling.
So why are you so focused on Sparkle's challenge? Or should I ask, are you more focused on Sparkle herself?
I told you. It's purely out of a spirit of competitiveness. And as a memo keeper, I also have to fulfill my responsibilities and harvest some interesting memories.
Whoa, this place is a complete mess. And those two weirdos are probably here too.
There's nobody else at the scene. Seems like Miss Sparkle used the same method to send dreamers back to reality. Let's...
Oh, Detective Black Swan and Detective Sampo! You finally made it!
We don't know what we'd do without your help.
Why are you talking like that? Is this some sort of artistic performance that young people are into these days?
Is there something wrong with the way we are talking? Deputy Sheriff, am I talking in a strange way?
Oh, of course not, Sheriff. The way you talk is no stranger than the cat that climbs the apple tree in my grandma's backyard.
Huh. The skit this time is a modernist one.
Let's discuss this difficult case then. The victim is a galactic business magnate named Sparkle.
Her again? Sparkle really is obsessed with scripting her own death.
Oh, for the laughter. If you undercut me one more time, I swear I'm gonna kick you in the butt. Ahem. Miss Sparkle came to the fashion store to buy herself a brand new tie. She didn't come back out. After a long time, the shopkeeper went in to see what was going on, but instead discovered Miss Sparkle's body. She had been strangled to death. There were 3 suspects on the scene, namely a Pepeshi shopkeeper named Wright, a Foxian gambler named Zhang Shan, and a wealthy Intellitron trader called Lefton.
Our old friends.
It's not just to aid your memory. We've added more descriptions to help tell them apart.
Miss Sparkle is so gracious.
Based on surveillance footage, witness testimony, and various pieces of evidence, the killer is ultimately among these 3, and they were not working in cahoots.
You're too lazy to be a suspect, right?
Oh, for the laughter! If I talk any more with you, it'll make my pure soul filthy!
Detective Black Swan, the dossiers are over here. You can learn more about the suspects from me. I trust you'll be able to cut through the hogwash and find out who Miss Sparkle's killer is. Let me introduce the identities of these suspects to you. It's very straightforward. First of all is the shopkeeper, Wright. He's one of the Pepeshi people and only stands as tall as Sparkle's waist, which is often a source of teasing for him.
Wait, what am I doing?
He can get pretty
purple.
salty about it. Next up, you have the merchant Lefton. He wants to join up with the Penacony Trading Guild and is in direct competition with Miss Sparkle. That could be a motive for killing her. Finally, there is the gambler Zhang Shan. He lost a bet to Miss Sparkle, and he had to hand over his family heirloom. It's possible he harbored a grudge against her. That's all the information we have. Do you need me to repeat?
That won't be necessary.
What am I doing? An event or something? What the hell am I doing? That's what I'm doing. Holy shit. Wait. I finished the story already? I didn't even realize that.
And there's the tie.
That skit before said that the deceased was strangled. Is this tie some kind of joke murder weapon?
The tag on the tie reads, only for Imperial Master Lefton. Seems like it's one of Miss Sparkle's personal belongings.
That's not how you use the word Imperial.
There's an accounting book lying on the ground. It must have been specially placed there by Sparkle.
On the title page is written Chen Katong. Is that someone's name? A code name. Oh, I think it's the name of the owner of this book.
This Jian Katong person should be Sparkle's targeted victim this time around.
So, it's...
Miss Sparkle doesn't want to distract your investigation.
She doesn't want to distract our investigation? What a law-abiding citizen this Sparkle is. Why doesn't she surrender then? A little stool that seems quite normal. There are 2 small footprints drawn on it in crayon.
Bro.
The footprints, which are half as big as standard, must belong to a Pepeshi person.
Perhaps it's just that this person's drawing skills are extraordinary.
A strange stair with writing on it. Okay. We're serious about that? Sparkle?
What's that smell? Why is there a smoked red herring there?
Mr. Sampo, take a look. This is a wonderful smoked red herring.
Her workout routine? Wait, what? Why?
Somebody save me from this cringe joke.
Even among the fools I know, Miss Sparkle's sense of humor stands out from the
what part
rest.
of a workout routine are you all
Have
looking
you
for?
dealt with many masked fools before?
No, only a handful. After all, I prefer warm memories baked in sunshine.
What part?
They're the ones that usually belong to kind people.
This? Is this what you're looking for? Those hips with the perfect curve? All right, listen here. You just have just go to the gym and get a finisher or help out.
This clock is...
Open it up and take a look.
You're fat. Can't understand. It's not my. Okay, I'm like, wait. Like, how would I respond to that? How would I respond to that? Isn't it more weird for a guy to be Do female want guys' ass not to be not flat? Or I don't know. I'm so confused.
Oh, there's a ring inside. This is evidence too. Why was it planted inside another device?
Because this ring was found inside the victim's mouth. We want to reconstruct the scene of the crime.
In the victim's mouth.
Hey, there's something engraved inside the ring. Zhongshan family heirloom.
You gotta answer.
That should be it.
Let's head out.
I have to thank you, Mr. Assistant Detective, but the puzzle this time is pretty strange.
Have you found out who the killer is?
Just some shallow intuition. Anyway.
Oh, for the laughter! Didn't think I'd be seeing Detective Black Swan so soon. What's that? You found out who the killer is?
Bro, what? Translation. Is this the plot or character quest? This is character quests. I think it's character quest.
Pretty much.
You live up to your reputation,
Use translation.
as smart as the nest of magpies roosting in the roof
No,
of my
no
Uncle
translate.
Frank's
Yeah, that would be
garage.
great.
This guy is mixing up his birds
This is the Sparkle quest of Penacony.
Then go ahead.
I don't know which one exactly. I accidentally walked into him.
Have to prove the case. Good. Then let us appreciate your powers of deduction.
Part of the family. Raise it flat.
Have you solved the case? This guy, Zhongshan, is a card shark who used to play.
Card shark, yeah.
This evidence.
It doesn't. It
I'm
doesn't.
selecting random answers. I really don't care right now.
This ring is a piece of evidence.
That's right. That's the one. What would a penniless wretch of a gambler like Zhongshan be doing at such a fancy fashion store as this?
Second question, which one am I doing?
Planning on robbing it.
Anyway, Z Snail, how are you? So what am I doing? I think this is character quests.
He'd stolen Lefton's tie and was just about to get away when he saw Miss Sparkle, the one who'd stolen his family fortune from him. So he darted into the changing room and tried to get
I mean,
back
I
his
could add
ring.
translations for me, but not chat. I don't know if there's an extension for that.
Who could have known that Miss Sparkle would end up swallowing that ring? All Zhongshan could do was use the tie in his hand to try and strap down her neck to prevent her from swallowing the ring. But he unexpectedly managed to strangle Miss Sparkle to death. What a tragedy! If it weren't for your incisive detective work,
Hot woman?
the murderer
Okay.
would
Or
still be
partner
alive.
streamers. Wait. I'm not partner.
Is something
Big
wrong
streamers.
here? This is too easy. The first case wasn't hard, but this one.
As you can imagine, the conclusions that the evidence points to are not mutually exclusive.
Oops.
Which means
Gases.
this is probably another prank from Miss Sparkle. Mr. Assistant Detective, please feel free to point out a suspect as the murderer.
Ah, I see. Sheriff, the murderer is Lefton. The evidence is the tie, right?
Correct, Detective Sampo. I never thought you'd be able to deduce the truth.
Sheriff, the murderer is right. The evidence is the stool, right?
Yes! For the laughter, how did I fail to realize this formidable intellect of yours?
Then, right from the start, there was no murderer. The evidence is the ring. Whatever, I'm just spitballing here.
Goodness me! Deputy Sheriff, is he really a genius? How could such an unfathomable mystery be solved so easily
This behind
by
on story.
him?
Listen.
Look, Miss Sparkle has given us a puzzle where every single answer is correct.
Why take it so seriously? Miss Sparkle is a masked fool, not a masked genius.
Listening. Listen.
If it's a challenging puzzle you
I don't
want
want to play this
go
game.
out there and turn right until you get to
Alright,
the
that's my entire answer.
Intelligentsia Guild.
I just really don't want to play this
You're
game.
only responsible for providing an entertaining detective experience. Anyway,
I hate listening.
since our genius detective Black Swan has cracked the case, I will now share Miss Sparkle's next puzzle.
No!
So that's it? This is just going to go on and on forever? We can't do that.
Then I wish you both the best. Oh yes, if you're not in a hurry, I can tell you the answers for some of the outcomes you never chose.
Alright, what's... Yeah, that's the one I'm on. It's purple. It's not a, I think it's character requests. I got a whole bunch of old ones.
Just as you said.
Now I'm trying to pull for her Lycone. You think I can get her Lycone though? Ah, it's a 4-star. That's not close to where I wanted.
Solving puzzles is all just a cover for something else. That girl is toying with us. What should we do now? Just keep getting led around by her?
Truly, Miss Sparkle is a fascinating person. She seems chaotic inside, but easy enough to understand. Like a performer on the stage or a child hungering for attention. This game will be over soon. This time, we're going to catch her.
Oh, there's Sparkle. Just kidding.
Miss Black Swan, Mr. Sampo, you're finally here. I am the famed detective of Penacony, and next to me here is my assistant detective. A murder in a locked room has left us all stumped.
As expected, another change in setting.
Yesterday, my assistant and I were visiting the famed artist Miss Sparkle, and we stayed the night. But this morning, Miss Sparkle didn't come out of her bedroom. The butler, Zhongshan, said that the door was locked from inside, so we ought not to have disturbed her. But Miss Sparkle had never slept in so late. And no matter how hard he knocked, there was no answer from inside. As soon as I heard, I knew something must have happened. So I acted decisively and broke the door down to get inside. The room was covered in spattered blood. Miss Sparkle's body was lying right in the middle, her face white as snow. One look told me she'd been dead for some time. Thinking quickly, I grabbed the artist's canvas to staunch Miss Sparkle's blood, but... alas, poor Miss Sparkle! She's left us now forever! Besides us and Zhongshan the butler, Lefton the cook and Wright the driver were also at the scene of the crime. What would you like to do?
Presumably, Miss Sparkle is now carefully arranging the next crime scene, right? Why don't you skip all this rigmarole and just have a heart-to-heart conversation with me? It might tickle a little.
Wait up! Wait up!
Honest kid. I know where you are, Miss Sparkle.
No cheating!
Huh. Mr. Assistant Detective. You seem to be getting anxious.
No, it's... This locked room murder case is pretty fun. I want to guess who it was.
It's sound for
Let's
the entire
go.
time.
Can't keep a girl waiting, can we?
Hey, Miss Black Swan, wait up, wait up! Miss Sparkle has one final message to announce. Ding-a-ling! Now comes the most exciting and romantic moment in any drama. The Audience Challenge. Everyone knows that the mighty masked fool Sparkle can change her appearance to look like others. And in this drama, the villain Sparkle has disguised herself as another character. So then, I put to you, which character is it? Also, if you're interested in the locked room case that the memo keeper ignored,
Started
you
playing
can
this
try
a
out your
month
powers
ago.
of deduction. I put
Very like
lots into coming
Kafka,
up with the puzzle, so don't
but
let it
I'm
go
late
to
for pulling them,
waste.
so I'm waiting for the next run.
Thus, the mass genius Miss Sparkle has thrown down the
DOT strategy? I'm choosing
All
DOT.
things are in motion. Happy hunting!
DOT strategy. I'm so confused on that. I am so tired right now. Damage over time. Yeah, I think damage over time just sucks. I can't remember.
Miss, why didn't you just do this earlier?
Such a crude approach violates
rarely
my
played it.
aesthetics of memory.
I guess someone
But
else
as
to do
a
most of the
means
work
to an
for me,
end,
so
I need to put this aside for a more indifferent process.
There's no weird, sweet dreams troop. Nor is there evidence strewn all over the place. We finally caught up with her. But what's that thing? A Bella Boggian trash can?
in Penacony?
Hey, dear memo keeper and Mr. Coldfeet, you made it. I didn't expect you to skip the final puzzle. That's on me.
So are you caught up the story?
All right.
I got
Miss
Kafka
Sparkle
though.
cares not for the faults of ants like me. Come then. This is the final question. Listen up. What
I don't use
creature
Kafka, though.
has 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs at night?
No murder case this time around?
Sometimes it's nice to take things easy. Come on, dear. Give me your answer then.
Seeing as we're in Penacony, the answer is Sweet Dreams Troop, right?
Womp womp. Wrong answer. That's not the correct answer is Sparkle. When sleepy in the morning, she can't get out of bed. She runs about all afternoon in a fluster, so is exhausted by evening, but has to still raise a hand to hold a toothbrush.
Poor
Poor
Spar.
Sparkle. So naturally, she's got 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs at night.
Wait.
What the heck was that jibber jabber?
What a cute answer.
Thanks for the compliment, my dear. But you can't try to fool me, seeing as you've just tried to cheat. Wrong answer. Accept your punishment.
I can't use Arcania. No.
Ill tidings manifest.
Enemy targets detected.
Destiny isn't
Let's
chosen.
play. Can you find the answer?
Ill fate descends. Retribution will find you.
You chose the wrong enemy. Eternal Step.
Dead return!
Enemy data signet markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Feeling spiffy?
What do you want to know? Ill tidings manifest.
I underestimated you. Receive divinity.
Ill fate descends.
Holy smokes! What's up with this guy? He just came out swinging from nowhere. Huh? No voices? This guy's pretty quiet. Miss, let's hurry up. Flip open the lid and find the girl.
Wait.
Don't move.
Something's off.
Miss, you killed Sparkle! How is this possible? How can people die inside Penacony's dreamscape? In the Garden of Recollection. What did you do? You did this, didn't you? Killing people in their dreams. Only the Remembrance has the powers to do that.
Sparkle
You
kills herself
planned
all
it
the
out all
time.
from the start because she teased you and was pranking you. You wanted to kill her. Oh, I understand. You refused to let me go because you wanted to drag me into all of this. If I don't agree, I'll end up just like she did.
There is no death inside Penacony's dreamscape. That's the promise of the family and the blessing of the harmony. Not even a memo keeper can break this barrier. There's no need to take such great pains. If you just want confirmation, I've already told you the answer, Miss Sparkle.
Miss Sparkle? Who are you talking to?
You. Sparkle has disguised herself as another character. Wouldn't that be you, Mr. Sampo?
Mr. Sampo.
This? Don't jump to conclusions! If you want to accuse me of being Sparkle, you have to provide the evidence. Oh, I'm afraid evidence is a little too hard to come by. So, deduction will do.
The hint for the final question was a little too obvious.
Oh, you mean the locked room murder? I thought you weren't doing that one.
All the painstaking effort that Miss Sparkle put into it. How could I ever miss it? The key to solving the puzzle lay in two pieces of information put forward by the detectives. First, the large splatter of blood at the crime scene. Second, the victim had been dead for some time. Based on my shallow understanding, I can only draw two conclusions. One is that the murderer did not need to create a locked room case, because a locked room always needs a reason to exist. But, based on the detective's description, this locked room did not delay the discovery of the body. There was no third party at the crime scene to frame, and the blood everywhere didn't look like a faked suicide. That being so, the murderer seems to have no reason for creating a locked room. There is also reason to speculate that if the crime scene was a locked room, then its creator might not necessarily be the murderer. As for my second conclusion, it's even more obvious still. When everyone broke into the scene of the crime, why did the assistant rush off to staunch the blood? A trained professional was somehow happily destroying a crime scene just to save someone who's obviously been dead a while. The answer is simple. It's because the assistant detective is the murderer. At the time, I was in such a hurry that I didn't hear the whole mystery. I tentatively speculated that the murderer had killed the victim the night before, but hadn't locked the door from the inside. And so, when he learned this piece of information, he realized that the victim had created their own locked room mystery. That's why he had to rush to the crime scene as soon as possible, to confirm whether or not the victim left any evidence implicating him. And, judging by his behavior, it probably had something to do with that canvas. Like some final words. Of course, this is just a simple mind game. The answer to the puzzle isn't important. Miss Sparkle just wanted to pass on one hint to me. That the murderer is the assistant detective. Which means it's you, Mr. Sampo. I've been using this term of address, but it was you who first came up with it.
Has anyone ever told you that you're more like a detective than a memo keeper?
In my opinion, there is no difference between the two. follow ripples along the surface of the water. Use some abilities and tricks to keep diving deeper, and touch that secret deep inside people's hearts. Salvage it, and protect them carefully. The truth does not lie. Neither do memories.
Exquisite reasoning, and very close to the truth. But I have another answer. Would you like to hear it?
Another answer?
The great artiste Sparkle locked herself away in her bedroom using red paint to create the semblance of spattered blood everywhere. And that assistant detective who was first on the scene, who confirmed her death, was not the murderer, but rather an accomplice who assisted her in faking her own death.
What a pity, such a pity. My dear, you were so close to the right answer. Unfortunately, the right answer is Miss Sparkle's body. Sparkle was disguised as Sparkle's body. Ding-a-ling! I won!
Does Miss Sparkle's body even count as a real character?
Why not? Miss Sparkle's body appeared in all 3 of those skits just then.
It's a little bit forced, but it's fine. So, who is this Mr. Sampo, then?
Beautiful lady, I already confessed everything to you earlier on. I really didn't know a thing. I just helped a friend send a letter.
That's all.
All.
Mr. Sampo.
So I've been running a fool's errand this whole time.
My dear, why so serious? Haven't you been having a great time? I have, at least. You take memories, and I get joy. We get what we need from each other, seeing as we're such kindred spirits, but also such loners. Why don't you come and work with me? Ooh, we can dance ballet together.
Oh? Am I understanding this correctly? A masked fool inviting me to work together?
A show of unprecedented splendor is about to be staged in Penacony. If you're too late to take the stage, you can work behind the scenes. If you want to appreciate this drama, you have to stand up under that spotlight as you take the stage and watch the dancing envelop you. Come with me. This is the best seat in the house.
I don't really understand why you're so fixated on destroying family barriers. But, as I said before, a memo keeper can't help you. It's frankly above my pay grade. Also, I don't consider you a loner. Oh, I don't mean him, but rather behind you. The one who hired you to come to Penacony probably doesn't want you secretly linking up with other forces, right?
How did you know?
Memory is like the deep blue sea. But if you try to catch 2 fish with 1 cast, you might not be satisfied with your catch.
So, you mean you're refusing? Memo Keeper, did you think you could just leave?
Why not?
My dear, I don't want to scare you. You'll know the answer sooner or later. We're just getting to know each other a little today. If you ever change your mind, come find me at the tavern. That is, if you can find me. Let's go, Sampo? Sampo. Who is... Sampo?
This is Belobog, right?
I said, why not? Don't worry. Such a crude approach violates my statics of memory. So once you leave my sight, you'll be able to remember everything again. And also, I'm sorry, my dear. My dream dance partner? I've already got sights on someone else.
Hey, whoa. Kinda sus.
Special building this has been. Did you notice its nested structure? And part of a play. That's the end of Miss Black Swan's dream bubble. Are you satisfied with your experience? I also found this dream suitably fascinating. You've gained joy from it. And Miss Black Swan surely also feels gratified. Yet if we meet again, I will pass your ISPA. I noticed that the people in your dream were familiar to you.
I accidentally did a quest I was not supposed to do.
Dreams are just dreams. And in Pinnacle,
I wanted to do the main
dreams
quest.
can be processed, or even tempered. Things in our dreams cannot be trusted, let alone in someone else's dreamscape. If there's any information that you'd like to confirm, please do so by the cold, hard light of reality. Sweet
Dreams.
Really? I wouldn't do anything to her.
Don't worry about that, Memo Keeper. Let's talk about my thing. I've helped you out with everything you've asked, as agreed. Shouldn't you give my mask back to me now?
Since when did the masked fools suddenly start respecting agreements? Just kidding. I loved seeing that look on your face. Take this key to the tavern cellar, third barrel on the left. You never saw me. But Sampo, after all this time, what made you suddenly want to take back your mask? This doesn't seem like the Sampo I know. Let me guess. A catastrophe is coming to Urello 6. Am I right?
Well, no comment about that. But I love that line you said. If you're too late to take the stage, you can work behind the scenes. That really makes sense. Sometimes even an old-timer like me feels like taking the stage and making a fool out of myself.
If you're all out of options, please get in touch with me. I'm the kind of person who values friendship highly.
Forget it. You'll be doing me a favor if you stay away from Belobog. After all, the elation that Miss Sparkle seeks isn't something old Sampo can stand by. Go tell Giovanni I said hi.
Fine, I'm just spitballing here. Don't take it so seriously. Why so serious?
time for Miss
I got 100 primos.
Every touch.
That's not enough.
Ting Yun to leave. I'm not ready to say goodbye just yet.
Yeah, Himiko doesn't have a voice
Got
actor.
delayed on the way. Mr. Yang will explain in detail when he gets back. Has the messenger from the Xianzhou arrived yet?
Long time no see, everyone.
Madame Yukong?
I've imagined this moment many times. I was worried I might embarrass myself in front of you. I even rehearsed every word beforehand. But now it seems it was unnecessary. Ting Yun, I'm here to take you home.
A lot of catch up after being perfect, so I'll give you some space.
Madame Yukong.
Wait, breathable.
I wasn't expecting it to be you. What a wonderful surprise.
I wanted to come because, after all, it's you who's coming home.
Yeah, me of all people.
Your body. It's going to be tough from now on, isn't it?
I've already escaped death once. What more could I ask for? Also, it's not all bad. I might even beat you at arm wrestling now.
You're still the same, carefree as always. I have a lot I'd like to tell you, but I'll save it for the road. It's a long journey back to the Luofu. Even if we can't completely rid you of the pain, there must be ways to alleviate it on the Xianzhou.
I have no doubt. But since we're alone here, may I ask you one more thing? Do I really have to go back to the Luofu?
Why? You don't want to?
Despite Fantilia's ruthlessness, she spared me when I should have been eliminated. And why did Miss Ron Mei, who has no ties to the Xianzhou, go out of her way to save me? It seems as if I've become a pawn in someone else's game.
There are people within the Alliance who also believe that the suspect is now on the Yuchua.
If that's the case, it's all the more reason for me not to return to the Luofu and complicate things. I might as well take advantage of this situation.
Take advantage of the situation?
What do you
mean?
Right now, the marks of ruin inside me maintain a delicate balance. Moreover, they were created by Fantilia herself. If possible, please inform the General and arrange for me to meet with the Marshal. Maybe this body of mine can help the Alliance get one step closer to the Xianzhou's enemies.
When Ron Mei visited the Luofu earlier, she mentioned what happened to you. This coincided with when the message sent by the Astral Express arrived. The Arbiter Generals concluded that Fantilia did not intend for you to survive. If utilized strategically, this could give the Alliance an element of surprise. If we follow this plan, we must keep your resurrection hidden. But before making any decisions, I want to know what you think. If you wish to go home, I'll support you, no matter what others may say.
Then I'm glad. I shall save you the trouble of hearing what those people may say.
The road ahead is perilous. If you decide to take it, I won't stop you. Maybe I'm being selfish, but I still want to know. Are you choosing this because it's what you really want?
I've come to see myself clearly in this dream journey. Perhaps it's what people call a blessing in disguise. There is someone who can attest to my true intentions. Please follow me. She should be around here somewhere.
Is that...
After a strange encounter, I was fragmented into multiple Tingyuns, each embodying a different aspect of my memories. And one of them hasn't returned to me, because she ventured too far. Until now.
You mean her? What is she doing?
She's captivated by something that has deeply mesmerized me. As a fleeting emotion, she's no different from a newborn. Her boarding this ship was solely down to her inner impulse. Madame Yukong, do you remember? Perhaps that was just an ordinary flight for you, but for a certain child, that was her first experience with the sky.
Of course I remember. Back then, you were still young enough for me to carry.
You probably still can. Want to give it a try?
I'm afraid you'd be too heavy for me now.
Just kidding.
I remember you kept begging me to take you to the Star Skiff, and even dreamed of becoming a pilot. But once you were airborne, you were so nervous that you clung to others for dear life.
This flight was a turning point in my life. The boundless cosmos unfolded before me. I was completely mesmerized, not just by the view, but by a realization. In this world, there are paths beyond waiting for us to explore. Even though I lacked the talent to pilot the Star Skiff and wasn't much of a warrior, I still chose to travel around with the Merchant Guild. Even to this day, this thrill still courses through me.
That hasn't changed?
Never. Now I can embark once more on my journey as a traveler of no return, exploring the paths that lie beyond. Speaking of which, how are things with the Whistling Flames?
I've left Yan Ming in charge for now. He's reliable, but he can be a bit extreme, and might not always follow your principles as a traveling merchant.
My principles. Forsake what others fight for, and take what others abandon. That's the way to navigate the world and achieve my goals. I will continue to uphold my principles. But now I've also learned that while these merchant principles may apply to humans, they falter in the face of the gods.
But this shouldn't fall on your shoulders to begin with. You are simply an innocent survivor in this war.
Madame Yukong, you were once a survivor in the war too, weren't you? In a hazy dream, I vaguely remember someone telling me that the inescapable price of survival is often more adversity. But Madame Yukong, the gods use humans as pawns in their cosmic game, sacrificing countless innocent souls. Have you ever thought about making them pay?
Every moment of every day. But as inconsequential as we are, how can we escape the fate of being mere pawns? If I could choose, I would never want you to become a pawn. I just wish you could still be that carefree little fox. Not caught up in this war.
Don't be disheartened, Madame Yukong. Thanks to the favor of the Lord Ravager, I've become a player in this game. Remember, it's often the unassuming pawns, the lone traveler, or the worm that subdues the dragon, that leave even the best strategists helpless. So, now I'll become a cunning speck of dust, and make those masterminds behind the curtains sneeze a few times.
Might favor anyone.
Is this place also affected by the Order?
No, I'm just here to bid farewell. I changed my mind along the way. This journey has too many variables. So it shouldn't matter if we add another.
How did you know she would be here?
I didn't. I had a hunch and decided to try my luck. It seems I can be lucky sometimes.
It's not like you to leave things to luck.
I'm trying to change too.
I don't think you need a bystander in this scenario. Go on ahead.
You're not worried I'll take the opportunity to escape?
I believe you're the kind of person that has the ability and desire to use everything to your advantage. But that everything does not include Miss Robin.
Thank you.
Now then, Mr. 1 Week.
I'm not leaving. No way.
Let him stay. He won't be in the way. I actually need 1 week to be there. She shouldn't be seen talking to a fugitive, no matter the circumstances.
You don't intend to reveal your true identity to her?
Both parties don't have to be aware that this is a farewell. I shouldn't put her at risk for my selfishness.
As you wish.
Shall we go then?
Let's go. Our journey can't begin if I can't take this first step. I didn't expect to see you here, Miss Robin.
Nice to meet you. Oh no.
My name is 1 Week. I'm a member of the Nightingale family.
Thank you for all your hard work. This Dreamscape has been able to recover from this crisis.
You're too kind, Miss Robin. You must be very busy. What brings you here to Dream's Edge?
I'm taking a break. I wanted to find a quiet place to relax and identify somewhere I can see the stars. Before I knew it, walked all over. I knew the stars only exist in a dream, but...
Well, perhaps the dreamscape is not so different from reality. When we look up into the night sky, the stars aren't really there. The glimmering lights we see are merely the images of stars from long ago. So, have we ever truly seen a real sky full of stars?
This is Mr. One. Like, remind me of someone I know. Do you work nearby?
No. Today is my rest day. There's going to be a show later, so I came early to find a good seat.
Show here?
It's somewhere farther away. They say it's a farewell performance. The kind that's better to listen to from afar than watch it performed live.
I see. In that case, the opposition deck is a good choice. You can see all the Penacony from here. Distance can make things appear more beautiful.
Miss Robin, may I stay here with you to gaze at the stars before the show begins?
Bro, what's the title? Let me refresh that. Let me see. I'm not doing Far Cry, my guy. No, it's on Honkai. It says Honkai. Look at the tags. Look at the category.
Still, these stars are unfamiliar to me. I don't recognize any of them, and it makes me feel uneasy.
Is it because the sky is far away, or is it because of the unknown?
Perhaps it's both. The Stellaron disaster may not have had any real consequences, but...
Back-to-back log. Bro, I had to
many
reset
guests
the
still
entire
chose to
story
check
because the
out.
entire story got nuked.
Now the hotel feels quieter than before. It makes me wonder what Penacony's future will be
Because
like.
Far Cry doesn't use backup files.
I just hope it will not negatively affect you, Miss Robin.
The only regret is that I left some things
Did
unsaid.
the person you wanted to say them to leave?
I heard that he didn't get a chance to say goodbye.
Sometimes, what's in your heart doesn't need to be dressed up in words. Maybe he already knows what you wanted to say.
But that I never want to encounter someone.
If you don't mind me asking, who is it that you wish to encourage?
It's been like on a long journey.
There are many such people on Penacony. Failure is like the setting sun to a dream chaser. It's something that happens every day. I believe they all have the willpower to start anew. Especially after receiving a smile from you, Miss Robin.
It's pretty stronger than or because this stands up.
Are you saying that's not true?
It hesitates. No, it's right of course of action.
Failure may be a good thing for someone like that. Being able to reflect on one's actions is a valuable quality to have. Why is that?
Faith in the person I remember him to be. May have been a wrong approach when it failed, I don't think. My path even if he's... So I know he'll reunite one day.
I hope so.
May I ask a favor? There's a jigsaw here I'd like to finish before.
A dream jigsaw. I see. I'll do my best.
I think it's just... It was a walk
I'm
together.
still inexperienced, so let's just hope we get lucky.
Sweet.
It seems we've been blessed with good fortune today.
This is a scroll note that was left here near Sky for every resident. Told her to screw that word up.
Another Dreamweaver probably left this behind. It's a habit for this profession. they hope to use these blessings as a foundation for the dreamscape.
He's hiding himself.
The second jigsaw piece. Is this a pair of wings or a decoration made of feathers?
Maybe it's somewhere between the two. A pair of broken wings.
We should keep looking.
Okay. Well, there's a place carefully, and then somewhere we got stuff here. Your stage for religious. One more thing is satisfying point. Don't forget to eat well too. It's a little bird. Makes more sense.
It's done. Have a look.
Painting that feels like a blessing and also seems to be a mirror of someone resolves even when their broken wings no longer alone sky in the direction until they will be falling still towards the stars.
Soon I shall travel to those unfamiliar stars, none of which I recognize. But as long as you continue to gaze upon them from here, then those unfamiliar stars will one day be the place of our reunion.
So I couldn't bear to say goodbye to them, even more stronger than you think. You must try to relax on your long journey.
That didn't seem like a perfect goodbye.
It's enough. I only meant to stay quietly by her side for a bit. But why did you do those unnecessary things?
What things?
Those 2 notes. If someone finds them, they can be used as evidence against her.
Huh. So you can do whatever you want as many times as you want.
But I can't.
I don't want to live with regret for the rest of my life either.
Live with...
We're almost done saying our goodbyes, right?
Yes. We only have one last stop. But before we leave, I have a question I'd like to ask you, Mr. Yang. I'm curious. Why did you become a Nameless?
Why the sudden interest?
I always had a feeling that you would never give up on someone who needed help. After spending time with you, I'm even more convinced of this assessment. At this very moment, there are countless worlds above the sky still waiting for the arrival of the Astral Express. Yet you and your companions have chosen to stay here. All for an old friend you never knew, and a notorious fugitive. To trailblaze means to forge ahead. Yet, you stop and spend precious time on people just passing by. All the while you believe this is the natural course of action?
That's not what I think at all. Besides, the Watchmaker also made a similar choice.
And because of that, he bid farewell to the Express and never walked among the stars again in his lifetime.
Not all journeys lead to the stars. Even if we leave the Express, some trailblazing paths will still continue. You can think of it this way. The title of Nameless doesn't belong to any one person. Each individual will have their own view of what it means to walk this path and will always try their best, no matter the situation. The goal of my trailblazing is not the unknown world, but every living being who exists under the stars. In my homeland, the name Welt means world. It suggests that each person is a world unto themselves, and that we harbor as many possibilities as the distant stars. The connections I gain on my journey are what is most precious to me. This is my way of the Trailblaze, and the reason why I decided to stay here.
Why me?
Like I said before, I left my home in a hurry too. I know how you feel right now. I also know that a person will only be able to truly face themselves once they've decided to say goodbye to their past, the same way you're doing right here, right now. There was never a third person with us, was there?
I told you he'd find out.
I should have known nothing could escape your keen eyes. Since you already know 1 week's secret, there's no need for me to build up suspense. Let's go. We'll head straight for the finale and take our final bow in this farewell performance.
Wait.
I know you can hide your appearance, but trespassing on restricted family grounds is still a bold move.
Don't worry, I won't take too much time. I was a child when I first visited the Grand Theater. I remember seeing the light behind the curtains from here, and believing it to be the morning star guiding me toward the land of the dreams. When I returned here many years later as the head of the Oak family, I finally learned that the light was actually a Stellaron.
Now that you've returned to the stage, what are you planning to do?
Prepare for my departure. I've always believed that a person's starting point should also be his last stop. Have you ever seen the elderly at the end of their lives? As they welcome their final moments, they invariably raise their hands, stretching their arms into the emptiness. Much like how babies also stretch their arms into the air when they are first born. Humanity flaps their wings twice as they complete their journey. Once when they are born, and once when they die. In order to flap my own wings and soar again. I will say goodbye, here, to the me of yesterday. I really hate this face. My expressions feel so dull and lifeless.
I see. That explains why something always felt off about your appearance. The halo above your head that symbolizes the harmony, it's been missing since the moment we reunited.
It's true that this ring was bestowed upon our people by the heavens. But that doesn't mean it can't be thrown away. While I was in the Gallery of Thoughts, at the entrance of the dream, I chose to completely sever the halo from myself.
Why?
I am a fugitive, after all. I must remove any chance of being detected by the family. Another reason is to feel pain. A pain like falling from the sky with broken wings that can keep me awake. This is how I can cast aside all the blessings of the harmony and the order and, for the first time in my life, enter the sweet dream as an ordinary person.
Is that also how Mr. 1 Week came into this world?
No. You wouldn't believe the real story even if he told you. He was born from an accident. One that you're actually quite familiar with. It was that try not to laugh challenge. Quite embarrassing, to be honest.
He sneezed.
I was
part of
roaming
himself
around
out.
as an ordinary person when I unfortunately fell into that Pepeshi's trap. The prank that fragmented Miss Ting-Yun also divided my fragile self into two.
Are you saying that he's a part of you? That's quite surprising given that you two look nothing alike.
You could say he's another possibility of me. I too was once a child, with aspirations buried deep within. Over time, those childhood voices grew increasingly faint. Maybe if I had made a small change in my childhood, I would have turned out to be exactly like him. What a pity. Failing to become a better version of yourself. So,
Or he's the
my final
negative side.
farewell will be like that of Miss Ting-Yun. I will perform a tuning on myself and return to my complete form. And this also means that 1 week will vanish for good. That's why I said this was the last stop. Is there a possibility that you will be the one who disappears? No. This is a foregone conclusion. But who's to say there won't be any changes? Maybe deep down, I'm also anticipating this possibility.
Regardless of the outcome, you will have a witness. I'll be waiting for you in the audience.
Much appreciated. Now, shall we begin? Anticipating this possibility. You've really changed. In the past, you wouldn't have tolerated any noise at all. I'm about to embark on an unknown journey, where it will be impossible to maintain my orderly life. I will have to navigate unexpected surprises, much like today.
Sunday versus Sunday.
You're not ready at all, are you? I feel unsettled, maybe even scared. Ever since I left Penacony, I could no longer control everything. Don't flatter yourself. You can't control anything. But isn't that how it is for most people? My fear of the unknown may be a weakness, but your presence has shown me that surprises aren't always bad. Meeting you has been a great help to me, and I'm glad to have discovered this side of myself. I also feel grateful for the opportunity to tell you this in person. I truly dislike you. What? Are you sure you didn't mean the opposite? I must admit, many of your qualities strike a chord with me. There are times when I want to joke around, freely express my thoughts, or openly share my dislike of a person. Or my fondness. I want to tell her that I love all her songs. Then go for it, Sonny. You always talk about locking the bird in the cage, but you're the one who's trapped. Look at yourself. Besides discipline and hesitation, there's nothing else in your life. If you continue living like a slab of marble, you'll break into pieces when you fall. But I won't become like you. I simply can't. I dislike people who are frivolous. It makes me uncomfortable to even emulate them. If I fail, I will still uphold my principles, such as decorum and stateliness. As for the harmony, my stance remains the same. Whether it's you or the paths, if what I once doubted, or even opposed, becomes the force I must rely on in the future, then this time, my true heart will guide the tuning. I'll leave it to you. What is this? Leaving your fate entirely up to a coin flip? This isn't like you at all. Did you lose your mind after being run over by the Express? Or were you possessed by that IPC gambler? Failure is always the best teacher. To save more lives, you must first understand what they live for and what they die for. The best way to achieve this is through personal experience. You see? I'm already starting to make changes. Whether it's us merging or one of us disappearing, I'll leave the tuning to fate. And see if I can embrace all that I detest. Only then will I truly be able to walk among the living, in their world. But what if you can't do it? Well, that's out of my hands. It will just prove that I'm still the same person. The person who always disappoints his sister. Falling is just another name for flying. That's why I rejoice at my broken wings. Step into the mortal world, to see how it truly is. Then, and with my last breath, I'll join the weak in reaching my hands toward the sky. On the planet of festivities, whatever identities I once had, they no longer matter. It's not the gods who answer us, but ourselves from the future. I don't have much to say. But, as it's time to part ways, here's one last piece of advice. When telling jokes, be sincere. Don't sweat the details, and above all, don't explain them every time. Never mind. Maybe it's better for you not to joke at all. No objections from me. This is so annoying. How did I become so dull? Well,
I'm listening.
despite
I'm
everything,
listening. I'm very
try
listening.
not to be too hard on yourself. There will always be people who are sad.
He sneezed and separated himself. The newer Sundays became saddened.
Planet of festivities, land of the dreams. I say goodbye to my home. Should one desire to leave the stage for good,
One must first step back onto the stage!
Ding dang, hey G, welcome.
as
I know.
expected, the trickiest thing is tuning yourself. These dissonant sounds are much too harsh.
Let's play Network Festival. Time for a good old counterattack.
Noisy.
Feeling spiffy?
Destined for oblivion.
Bloom.
Don't worry, it's just
Eternal
a script.
The dead return!
Correct to the rest
I
on
weep
this.
for the departed. It is all.
Echoes of the past need not fade away. Follow me to the stars.
Ready for another?
Still waters of oblivion.
Eyes. Everybody silent. The noise is fading.
Can you find the answer?
You chose the wrong enemy. Receive divinity.
Thanks for the support.
Oh, Sparkle. There it is.
There's no
Eternal
power
sleep.
like
The dead return! Noisy.
targets detected. Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Free will is destined for oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Time has come. Let it be revealed. Is it inevitable for me?
Uphold the true. Commencing support. You're spiffy?
Still on. Noisy. Again.
Nothing major.
All things are part of the melody.
Receive divinity.
Don't worry. It's just
Eternal
a script.
stead.
And return! Noisy. Wait for good tidings.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. I'll go easy this time.
Another journey.
Can you find the answer?
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
This 8th day, I grant myself departure.
Well, how should I address you now? Mr. Sunday or Mr. One Week?
Whichever you prefer. He's probably mocking me from inside right now. Thank you for accompanying me through all this, Mr. Yang. This farewell journey has come to an end.
What are your plans after leaving Penacony?
At this point, there's no need to hide things from you. I believe there's more to the incident involving the Stellaron on Penacony.
Are you suggesting that the Dream Master wasn't the one controlling the Stellaron?
Don't worry. The Oak family was indeed behind seizing the Stellaron, and resurrecting the fallen Eon during the Charmony Festival, and you've already defeated them. But Mr. Gopher Wood once told me that all the Order's efforts were aimed at avoiding the same mistakes that the Harmony made. My guess is that the family from the Montour system must be involved. Unfortunately, too much time has passed to verify that. Penacony is just a small territory, and even the family heads with their authority cannot enter the sacred site of the Harmony and inquire about the true will of the Great One. In the worst-case scenario, if Xipe turned a blind eye, how could the strong defending the weak hold up? Mr. Yang?
I already pulled.
I just
and
want
I
to tell
won.
you this. The Harmony has more
I just need
than
a
one
weapon.
side. They can be the most steadfast ally of the Astral Express.
I won the
or the
50-50
most
3 times in a
fearsome
row.
enemy.
Free to play life.
Thank you for being honest with me. The efforts of the crew on Penacony were driven by the same concern. After all this, the Harmony and the Preservation will keep the situation on the planet of festivities in balance. With the momentum from the Trailblaze, more forces will arrive and Penacony will become a public space in the cosmos. Freedom is the only answer the Nameless can offer. I'm glad that Penacony needs it.
You and I both strive for a peaceful society, even if our reasons are different. And you've gone even further than I have. If not for our paths, perhaps you and I wouldn't be in
I
opposition.
know. This is the last
Don't
Archon
sell yourself
quest,
short.
right?
we're not fundamentally opposed.
I gotta do other things
Otherwise,
too.
you wouldn't have shown me mercy in front of the Dream Master. This shared journey is my way of repaying you. After all, you are one of my trailblazing goals.
About that, you've given me many insights as well. Humans are the measure of everything, and no one is the sole savior. Creating a paradise remains one of my lifelong ambitions. As I move forward, I realize I must build it brick by brick. Therefore, I have a request that I hope you'll consider. While I lack the will to trailblaze, nor can I become a true nameless, I admire your convictions. Perhaps what I need, more than asceticism, is knowledge. Therefore, after leaving Penacony, would you consider letting me come aboard the Astral Express and travel with you for now?
So this is why I brought him here. Mr. Sunday wants to join us on the Express. Of course, I can't make that decision alone.
For example, I'll trust your judgment if someone is willing to join us on our journey. The Express was open to them. But this time it's a bit different. Before making any decisions, I want to hear you out and thank me. Running the battle, you were the one who's directly informed him. The option holds the most weight.
I learned the most valuable lessons from my past opponents. Please, say whatever's on your mind.
You disappointed many people. You know what I'm going to say. Timeless people trusted you, but let them down. Even the closest families, you don't forget them. Nothing good come from being carried away. Never agreed with you how you just. Farewell, I'm no longer the newbie.
Well, he's just traveling with us. Not an actual member of the Express crew yet. Your newbie status is untouchable.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you all for your forgiveness. Perhaps I'll find the answer
I
I'm
wish
looking
there
for
was more voice
on this
acting
journey.
here.
And when that day comes, it'll be farewell. Until then, rest assured that I will do my best to fulfill my duty as your companion.
Now that our business on Penacony is settled, it's about time we get back on track and prepare for our next warp jump.
Just looking at this.
Try?
Space station several times, but I never got any response. Maybe there's a problem with the international network. Anything to worry about which happened to just one trip here. I just know, man. Hita could be making a move again.
No, we're still not quite there.
Mm-hmm.
The Hita.
Indeed, this is only a minor ripple that no one will ever notice. So, you must also understand, for a genius, the importance of asking questions outweighs the importance of the answers themselves. so-called magic has its own set of principles. There are no mysteries in this universe that cannot be solved. So, all-seeing presence, I ask you this. What is divinity?
Yay, it's done. Now, I got 17 days, I can do that later. Alright, we got one pull for this one. I don't want fireflies, flip that one. Yeah, I do have her. I just got a builder now. Where is she? We don't wait on here for some stupid reason.
Now I'll be able to keep up with all of you. This vast universe has so many worlds I've yet to explore. This vast universe has so many worlds I've yet to explore.
That's default. Ay. Bro. Good max. A lot of money's there. Well, see, I could continue all of these, but I got all one of the purples done. I got a lot more of those to go. Holy jeez. Well, what time do I gotta get up at though? That's the question. That's my question. I can't. Got a lot of catching up to do still though. I mostly only build characters on my phone and then leave it. So that's what I mostly do. Now I gotta set my clock for the right time. Get, and ask to launch what game and you never bother launched. Clock. I gotta get somewhere before what time do I gotta get there? This one as my last alarm. Make this one 10. 9 hours of sleep. 38 minutes. Okay. Switch categories now. I forgot to do that. Doop-de-doo. How was everyone though? How was the story? How do you like it? Was it a good story? What did I do this? What am I doing here? Actually, what the flip am I doing right here? What? I don't care about this game. Just remind. I'm just gonna end stream. Sleep is a beautiful thing, am I right? That's the plan. That will be the plan. I will end stream.
On Mars when
Music. What dare you? Sleepy time.
it's been a while since I've played them, so yeah, we'll go for it. So that's that one. We've got the I think I did Discord already. Yeah, Discord's already there. What I'm trying to remember. Okay, need to do a so for Kentucky.
Oh wait, never mind. Code ending.
Does get stopped in
Change the plans. Can't send in the code.
There you go. We've got the array message because I am a freaking
Oh,
we obviously have
cancel this one. Send it to someone else. And Merry first Xmas. Yeah, late.
Just do the free play one because
Send it to someone else.
ちゃったかな。だからここがいいかな。
Ow, oops, I kinda walked into that one.
Wait, I got a thug? What do you mean?
Be here pretty soon. Be at 34 speed movement instead of 30.
So I have to come out and buy.
Boom, boom. Okay, let's take Ayato ba? What's up, girl? You're doing some abuse, eh? What's
Looking bright. What? The stream froze over there. What the heck?
インフォメーションをフォースターキャラクターズ。Like a Mavi ka ba na ende? Shirai ba na? I think at least you don't get the first characters information. So, こうで
You know what? There it is, Hero. Screw it. I didn't see Hero. I'll send you Hero instead. Just don't raid.
We got Uncle singing instead of torture.
You want your 250? You know what? You're right. You know what? Let's not just don't raid. You know what? Screw it. You're right. No one ever gives me suggestions. You know what that stands for? No raid. I was gonna send it to someone. Nah, let's not send it to anyone. Let's suffer and not send it to one. Anyway, you guys can all stay on my stream, I guess, and wait until I start stream tomorrow.